up Jack Carey with Paranormal Intelligence Agency. More to come. Hello, Jack.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good so far. So good. Let me fix the stream so that I have you up, and there we go. Where'd you go, Jack?
I don't know. I don't know why it's not showing me. showing, showing the
You're not
background.
close enough to the camera, I guess. You gotta
I'm
get
all
close.
the way forward. I could almost put my nose on it.
Real? Maybe you're too close to it.
That's how weird is that?
Yeah. Oh well.
They can always just get the all-seeing eye of Jack.
The all-seeing eye of Jack. Yes.
Yeah, that'll work for a night. My wife took my exterior camera for a meeting she had today. It's all the way up.
That's why. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It's all the way up in her office, connected to her computer. So I'm like,
maybe we could watch her instead while you talk. We'll just mute her out, and we'll just watch her.
You feel like
I'm teasing, Jack.
They're like, who is this random chick doing paperwork?
Yeah. I keep wanting censorship to take John and to take and put a cam on his dog and set him loose outside, so we can watch where she goes.
Relationship because
and kind of see where he's at.
Because in other words, they believe they are.
He broadcasts remote always.
Way above.
Everybody else.
Everybody else is kind of like a herd. They're the shepherd.
If it wasn't for
in the Hindu beliefs,
Starlink, we wouldn't be able to get him.
The hierarchy of the Hindu beliefs are the shepherds. The people are the herd.
Crazy.
That's the only real difference.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy week. I've been getting works prepared. I got a big art show on the first Friday of March. First Friday night is a big reception for me. I'm the featured artist for all of March for the East Bank Art Gallery, and I gotta have so many paintings ready, and
on both sides
been,
of those, too religious.
Hard at work producing paintings. So this past week, pretty much everything kind of got put on hold until I accomplished that.
Take clips from that and send them to me so I can put them up in the stream.
I will, definitely. It's going really, really well. I'm getting a lot of attention and selling quite a few paintings, so it's good.
Really good to hear.
Yeah. Good stuff. But how's the world of your week?
It is. Here we are. It's hump day. We got 30 seconds, and then we'll get you up and running. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Can't wait to hear what you got to say tonight and what you got coming. And
well, we're going to explore the dark theory.
All right. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and now on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid, are riding security. Pardon me, I have a bit of a cough this week. Picked up a little bit of a bug over the week. It's been a rough week. I've been painting, producing some pretty pictures for people to check out at my art reception that will be featured for the month of March, but my reception is the first Friday night in March at the East Bank Art Gallery in Sioux Falls. So if you happen to be in that area, come by and check out. some cool art, and they'll have wine and snacks and stuff like that for you. So this week, well, what's been going on this week that's been so crazy? There's been sort of a revelation of thought that I've had this week concerning cryptozoology and a reclassification of cryptozoology. And, we got some new, fresh intel out of the WWOW. And, it's some pretty dark stuff. It's exploring the dark theory is what it's called. The dark theory. There is no darker theory than this one. And it is, it's been rumored, more than rumored, that Jimmy Carter cry when he read it. So pretty dark, mysterious stuff. Has to do with really sort of the philosophical implications of what we highly suspect to be true about the origins of humanity, and we're going to go over that this evening. And actually read some correspondence from Cliff High himself over at the WWOW. Cliff sent out a letter, and it's well worth conveying to the populace at large. So I think we'll cover that. But interestingly enough, I've had a few insights into the world of cryptozoology this week. And, I touched upon a previous episode the idea that some of the animals that cryptozoologists are trying to actually get evidence for and to, document in a scientific way for humanity's, progress might not be from the earth. They might be interdimensional in nature, or from the type 3 civilization that maybe seeded the earth after humanity was already here. So could it be that really what we need to be kind of eyeing is a reclassification of cryptozoology into two very different disciplines? One would be called cryptozoology and actually deal with the three rings of cryptozoology, which are all earth-based animals, right? And the other is a new classification. We would have a whole new type of investigator that specializes in exocryptozoology, or exozoology, however you would like to say it. But the idea that somebody has recognized the fact that creatures like Bigfoot, Dogman, and some others here on the earth appear to either be chimera constructions from an alien species, or something even weirder than that, something interdimensional in nature. So we're going to talk about that. Talk about a little bit more about the Terry McIlvaine horse mutilation case, really, that I mentioned last week. That's the only case in any animal mutilation anywhere in North America, or the world for that matter, where the perpetrator was actually photographed. As it approached the field, the McIlvaine's camera caught a final glimpse of what it was, and it was a very, very bright light source approaching the field. It had to be in using some sort of ultra light. It tripped the night vision cameras, and the way that it tripped them kind of showed that it was using some sort of night vision itself. And how might that actually fit into tonight's main topic, which is the dark theory, as Jimmy Carter put it. So, but anyway, some updates. It's been a crazy week again for, well, not for crypto so much, but for precious metals continue to, you know, go up and down wildly, let's say. There's a lot of volatility in the precious metal markets, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that the precious metal markets have, no pun intended, acted as a magnet for traders from the cryptocurrency markets. So cryptocurrency is not really doing a lot right now. It's sort of languishing. If anything, it's just sort of slowly grinding downward. I'm looking for a bottom on Bitcoin somewhere around 57,000. Maybe give or take 1,000 or two, somewhere around in there. That would put Ethereum roughly around 1,600. And there you might, traders might find a tradable opportunity to the upside. Until then, it's kind of dead money to be sitting in the crypto markets at this time. And really, there's no reason to when you can trade things like silver and gold and platinum and palladium and copper and things like that are really moving well and are attracting a lot of money flow. So I'm sort of concentrating on that right now. It has not escaped my attention that there is a tokenized gold product out there that's offered by Coinbase. It's got a ticker symbol PAXGUSD. Guys, that is tokenized gold, like in its real form. So what is Bitcoin? Just asking the philosophical question, right? Bitcoin's supposed to be digital gold, and here you have tokenized real gold that's just as fluid as Bitcoin is. Boy, I don't know. That sounds like a terminal problem to me for Bitcoin, but maybe they'll figure out some way of utilizing it in a way that real tokenized gold can't be, because right now that's what it's considered to be, is just a store of value. Whereas, you have a product like Ethereum, which is more than just a cryptocurrency. It's it's a base platform that you can build it's a layer 2, so you can build all kinds of amazing apps on it, do all kinds of smart contract transactions, and then the people that own it are actually earning interest off of owning it. So it's an interest, yield-bearing asset. So that is a completely different animal. And yet, in the public's mind, they're all sort of thrown into the same basket, even though they're vastly different products. So, and we got here, I like to remind everybody every show, we got here through the cyber prophecies, jumping down the wormhole of the WebBot reports, combined with premier remote viewing groups that were pointing in the same direction. And that direction was in the direction that silver would become unobtainium over time, and that cryptocurrencies would eventually replace fiat currencies. Both of those are on the trajectory to become true. Silver is, I think it was up like 6% today. It's kind of staying between 70 and 90. It's trading sideways in a $20 range between like 70 and 90 after reaching a high of 120 not too many weeks ago. So I think what you're seeing is if you listen to, kind of one of the men in the high castle, as I like to put it, that's out there that uses an AI agent on YouTube. There's a guy named OG John AG. You kind of have to know what you're looking for to find this kind of information. But the guy is obviously an intelligence agent. and he uses AI generated content to hide his identity. But whoever that is has information that only certain types of people are given access to, and it all has to do with precious metal markets. And what can I say? He's dead on every time. And they tried to ban his channel recently. They tried to shut him down, all kinds of stuff going on that YouTube. So if you're into the real deal, how the world works, check that channel out. But I can fill you in and summarize what's going on. And the fact is there's a huge worldwide battle going on over the price of silver and obtaining silver. Silver's used in all of our advanced weaponry. That's really what it comes down to. We can't produce any advanced weaponry without it. And if you can't kill your enemy, you are dead in the water, as we like to put it in the Navy. So that's really what it comes down to. And there's a very limited amount of silver. The ratio of gold to silver is way, way out of proportion with what its historical ratio is. Historically, silver ought to be around 10-1, somewhere around that. You get 1 piece of silver for every 10 pieces, or 10 pieces of silver for every 1 piece of gold. And right now they're pricing that ratio way out of range of that. That would put silver somewhere around, $350 to $500 an ounce. So that gives you an idea of the possibilities that the future might hold for that particular precious metal. Now they are talking about the U.S. government perhaps putting a price cap or a price floor on silver. That's just something we're going to have to see how that plays out. I have been more involved with just trading gold. It's as fluid as any cryptocurrency, and it's 5,000 years proven true. And, when you're looking for nice wave-like structures to surf, and I'm talking about the technical analysis of charts, then it produces really nice waves to surf. So it's really kind of drawn my attention away from the other ones. And until the world kind of figures out what's going on, you're kind of protected from geopolitical shock. You're protected from bad news coming out about any particular one company. You're protected from quantum computers actually cracking the cryptocurrency codes. You're protected from all kinds of stuff. And that is another concern. There is a quantum computing company out there called Envision. And they are producing the world's most advanced quantum computers. I just saw the CEO of the company recently talking, and by 2028, they're going to have a 128 qubit quantum computer. These are computers that use atoms. They're thousands and thousands of times more powerful than even our most powerful artificial intelligent computing apparatuses right now. And he's saying, at that point, it's quite possible that quantum computers could crack the cryptocurrency codes, and that's not that far away. Now, I would look for on the horizon at some point somebody coming up with a quantum-based currency that, that's would be quite impossible to break. Quantum-based is quantum-based. You're talking about subatomic particles at that stage. So, but that's where the world is moving, and that's kind of where we have been dwelling here on, here on the Great Space Roller Coaster, as I like to call this journey on the Earth. And we have a lot of geopolitical uproar going on. You have the possible Iran taking place. I predicted a long time ago that a war with Iran would be inevitable, and it appears to be inevitable. We have the Ukraine-Russian war still going on. You have a possible future invasion of China into Taiwan. You have all kinds of turmoil going on economically just under the surface. So stock market's hitting all-time highs at the same time that like precious metals are hitting all-time highs. That's really, really weird. And yet they're not even talking about that right now. So it's very strange stuff that's happening. But the prophecies tell us that the cyber prophecies, the webbot reports, mixed with our Vedic astrology and the upswing of the Kali Yuga all kind of point to a future in the not too distant future where we have what's called sci-fi emerges. Sci-fi world emerges, and that's a place where a lot of alien tech actually begins to make it to the surface and begins to benefit humankind. There's all kinds of different predictions on how and why that actually takes place. The main prediction is that the money machine that was used to print all the money, that was used to pay off all the people that are necessary to keep alien technology a secret, is dried up. And so you're going to get non-stop leakages because of that. And eventually that leads to the point where actual technology breaks out and, begins to get utilized by humanity in some way. So, got to wet my whistle here. Feel like I'm about to lose my voice, but I've been kind of fighting a cold all week. So I apologize out there, guys. And silver becoming unobtainium, alien technology making its way out into the public. You have apparently Lara Trump recently saying on a news show that the president has a speech prepared and waiting dealing with the alien presence on this planet. So if she's right about that, and why would she say that if it wasn't correct? Then you might get a real shocker in the not too distant future. People, kind of are in a place of comfort, not wanting, in a way, subconsciously, probably not wanting disclosure to occur, because when it occurs, you can't take it back. And it will change quite a bit. So probably they will mention the aliens in the ocean. That's something the webbot has predicted. And it even predicts that there was some sort of meeting between certain world leaders and the leaders of this alien civilization that's down in the ocean. And you can examine all the evidence for that in my book, Alien Ocean, that's available on Amazon. It's actually selling quite a few copies right now, so somebody must be paying attention to that. But if Lara Trump is correct, and if that recent documentary Age of Disclosure by Dan Farah is correct in its assessment, and there's been some detractors to it, but overall, if Farah is correct in his assessment that this whole thing's about to break wide open, then maybe Trump will come out with a big speech talking about it, and that will alter really the future of humanity as a whole. I can't imagine another president more grandiose, if you will, to come out and say, guess what, guys, we are not alone. I could see him doing that. So, and what other updates do we have this week? I'm kind of taking a look at my notes here. Well, that was probably the biggest one. They've been talking about Barack Obama saying aliens are real, but they didn't show them to me, so it just must be a big conspiracy, I guess. You know, I guess it's a guy that's just totally clueless about the alien reality because they don't show every president. It's a need-to-know basis. It's the most heavily guarded secret that America has ever possessed. And so, you know, digging it up through that many layers of security is quite a task. And we're told now from researchers like Corbell and Georgia Knapp, etc., that the last traceable, like, major controlling head of all of this was Dick Cheney. After that, it kind of goes dark. It's almost like after Dick Cheney, control went basically to the intelligence community as a whole. There are certain elements in the intelligence community, and that's kind of where we're at today. It's a certainty, I think, because of Marco Rubio and his interest in the topic, that Trump has been filled in on some of the finer details of what's taken place and how there's a legacy program, etc. If all of that's true, then I would say it's only just a matter of time. I mean, let's face it, the Trump administration has 3 whole more years. So, yeah, that kind of disclosure could really possibly take place during that tenure. It's quite possible. And as we're about to go into our break, I'm going to check out live prices right now. Silver's at $76.88, far from unobtainium, but you know, this is a place where if I hadn't already accumulated all of my silver from many, many years ago, then I would be accumulating some here probably. And, you know, gold's down slightly, and that's a good thing for me because I'm actually going in that direction with my current trade. So Ethereum, Solana, Bitcoin, and XRP are all just slightly up, and they appear that they're going to keep grinding downward. Really, the problem with cryptocurrency right now is a catalyst. There's a lot of good news for cryptocurrencies out there in the world, but none of it seems to ever affect the price, except for the slow sort of grinding down that's been going on really since the October 10th and historical deleveraging event that took place. And so we're kind of in that stage. We're in a stage where it's a risk kind of off on the cryptocurrencies and a risk on precious metals. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about interdimensional cryptozoology, where that might put us. And we're going to explore the dark theory that made President Jimmy Carter cry. We'll be back right after this.
Okay, we're on radio break. Great stuff, Jack.
Cool.
We just had a pressure change here, and all of my sinuses just a little bit ago just kind of crashed on me. I'm like, oh yeah, that's gonna feel good.
Yeah, I got runny nose, a little cough, and sneezing a little bit. I'm just like, damn.
We're in a season here where you don't know if today is going to be warm or cold, hot, or, you know, have a frost outside. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Mostly,
we've had a kind of...
It mostly depends on how the wind blows.
Right. Right. Now, we've had a couple of, you know, for us, February in South Dakota, we've had a couple of days where it hit 60. That's unheard of here. So,
Oh man, I don't know. Did you hear any of the new stuff that I made for you, music wise?
yes, I
Yeah,
love it all.
about you broadcasting from the silo.
Yes.
Like that one came out really great. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
It's
Are
like,
you
yeah,
going to start adding
the
that?
dog man sniffing around, like, Bigfoot,
Yes.
and was it Mothman attacking towns? Like, but you're
Yes.
but you're broadcasting live from the silo.
That's right. You can't get to me down in the silos.
Yeah. I'll have to start go back and edit that so that your security crew is included. Don't worry, Jack's
Yes.
fine. The security crew's here.
Yeah, put Daisy in the
Daisy and
Sundance.
Sundance.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, Roger's in chat too. He's been doing some like taking some of the ones that I've done and making mixes out of them and just doing like a different version of it too on top of it. Some of them are really really good. It's like yeah. Yep.
Cool.
You'll get to hear it if you
What do you-
listen. You'll get to hear it randomly when I have the music stream up, which I do when we're not live like we are tonight.
What program are you using for that? Like, how do you make a...
There's like 2 or 3 that I use, just like I use like 3 or 4 different ones for the AI art.
Nice.
Yeah. Roger likes to do his more sounding like Dr. Demento. Yeah. Yeah.
That's great.
I've, I think a lot of mine have like that ska sound to it. Roger don't like that. It's like, I don't like that ska stuff. He'd rather hear that synth 80s wave stuff. And I'm not big into that, but, hey. But, it's fun and we have over 600 plus songs that rotate in there. Yeah, okay. Roger likes disco more than ska. Okay. He's in there whining at me in the chat over in Kick. Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah. He's, one night, I think he and I kicked out like 20 or 30 songs, different versions of things. Last night I made a bunch about immigration in school. What they don't teach kids in school and what they should. Get back to, the basics. We're under 30 seconds, so you're going to get a countdown here pretty quick, Jack. Yeah. All right, and here it is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you were back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone, and tonight we are exploring a interesting rabbit hole known as the Dark Theory. So it has an ominous name for a reason. And let's see here. Old Cliff over at the WebBot sent out an interesting, the Dark Hypothesis, I guess, is more the actual name, not the Dark Theory, the Dark Hypothesis. So this is what was rumored to have made President Carter cry. And he warns me, do not read this. You have been warned. Typical Cliff. So, but we're going to read it. That's what we do on this show. It's called the Dark Hypothesis for a reason. Consider that all the information you have been told about humans and our history is a lie, that even the lies told about it are built upon a greater lie, that it is all lies all the way down. We know this to be true. There is no rational explanation for officialdom viewing of anything, especially human history and origins. This extends to all the religions. We know this is true because we have evidence in front of our eyes that there have been previous civilizations here on Earth that were far more advanced than we are even now. We can't replicate so much of the technology of the past, the granite statuary, the melted rocks, and even out into the megalithic structures which humans could not have built without very advanced technology, which we do not have even today. We know that our history, even recent history, is a lie prepared for us. We were even still destroying the grand global civilization that was Tartaria in World War II. That's what the firebombing of the city of Dresden was about. The destruction of the last completely Tartarian city in Germany. More lies, more cover-ups. It's all lies, all the way down. There were no cavemen. There is no human evolution on Earth. In fact, no animal has, quote, naturally evolved. It's all a lie. Who built the global pyramid network of which Giza is but a single node? It was surely not Jews enslaved to skirt-wearing kings of Egypt who constructed a vast global network of giant pyramids. Who built all the structures on the bottoms of the ocean? Who built the structures easily visible on the moon with a 10-inch telescope? Humans are an engineered species. Well, this is part of the dark hypothesis. It is only the base of it. Why were there orphan trains in the USA and across Europe? Where were all the birthing hospitals and the millions of mothers producing those children? Why do ancient ruins have more habitation available then than now? There have been at least 6 ancient civilizations on this planet that precede modern humans. These are all civilizations that go back further than perhaps 100,000 years or more. The dark hypothesis is that none of these civilizations arose or died naturally. The dark hypothesis is that humans, all humans, are the descendants of laboratory created progenitors. In other words, all humans are the children of clones. We have proof in our DNA that we are engineered. The dark hypothesis explains it. The dark hypothesis explains all religions and why they are deliberately lied about their origin stories and their history. The dark hypothesis explains all the gods in humanity's past. The hypothesis states that each civilization was created by the offspring of clones, fostered and allowed to rise and flourish. Then, upon reaching conditions which are not known to us, each of these civilizations was then destroyed, in that the humanity was killed, while their objects were allowed to remain. This accounts for the cycles of destruction that we observe in the long-buried past. These cycles exist, but are not natural. Yes, there are many details left out of this discussion, such as that many of the humans would have been abducted prior to the engineered cataclysms of which we find so much evidence that we were used to destroy their civilization. There was a need for a small number of humans from each civilization to act as seeds for the narrative to be soon presented. Then another batch of lab-created humans were put on Earth. They had the benefit of the abducted humans acting as guides. Presumably, the minds of the abducted humans were controlled to support the desired narrative. For whatever goal or purpose, humans are placed here. The dark hypothesis is that we are lab rats in a designed experiment, and that we are number 7 in this current series. This explains why our history is replete with examples of modern humans in a state of primitive horse and cart technology among the ruins of buildings we could not, and even now cannot, construct. That's why we stand in awe of the ancients and what our science and officialdom claims to have been done with hammer and chisel. These previous 6 civilizations still have remnants that can be seen. All of the out-of-place artifacts across thousands of years are explained by the dark hypothesis. All of the history glitches and errors, such as being investigated by Fomenko and others, are explained by the dark hypothesis. The dark hypothesis also explains all the UFOs and such other paranormal experiences that humans may have. They are in some way mostly unknown to us, the result of the actions of the agency, quote, intelligence, that is conducting this experiment in which humanity is the subject. The dark hypothesis explains all of this and more. It is kept locked in a vault in the Pentagon, apparently taken out on occasion to frighten presidents into compliance with whatever power is actually in charge of this layer of this experiment in which we all live. The dark hypothesis explains 3-Eye Atlas. It explains stuff on other planets such as Mars. The dark hypothesis provides far more questions with each layer of explanation. The dark hypothesis should keep the humans busy for some extended period of time. And that is the end of Cliff High's letter. Very, very interesting. Well, it is rumored to have made President Jimmy Carter cry. I could see that. I can see Carter crying about that. So the idea is that, you know, we're somehow forever locked away in this experiment of a non-human intelligence, and that we're basically lab rats on the Earth, and that this experiment has gone on at least 7 times. And each time, apparently, humans are like, well, they're harvested, if you will, the planet before the destruction occurs, and then utilized in some fashion. And that sort of ties in with my overall theory about the idea that the Earth is actually seeded by a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale. This is the idea that really every galaxy, no matter the galaxy, if the math is to be believed by Enrico Fermi and, you know, Frank Drake and all of those guys, then really at least one life form should have evolved to be really technologically advanced and would have survived not destroying itself, and at the same time would have been around long enough and advanced enough that it could have and would have colonized the entire galaxy. That same law of probability holds true in every galaxy. And so what that means is that we're more than likely living in a galaxy that is actually ultimately under the umbrella control of what we call a Type 3 civilization. Like all of the UFOs that end up coming to this planet are probably part of a long-running program from this Type 3 civilization to manage and maintain planets that it seeds. And it's seeded more than the Earth. It probably has seeded hundreds, even thousands and hundreds of thousands of planets. And it could be that they're all humanish in form because the progenitors are humanish in form. Could it be that's why the so-called Nordic aliens that show up in our literature time and time again and appear to be kind of in control of everything? Maybe that's what we're seeing a glimpse of, right? Maybe those are agents of the Type 3 civilization. And humans look like they do because they seeded us. And the little gray robots, the biological robots, and even their mantis overlord beings, maybe they're all constructs of the Type 3 civilization. You know? More and more evidence comes in, pieces of the puzzle kind of pop up here and there. We're beginning to see that is beginning to form a higher and higher probability of being the case. Is it the ultimate truth? I don't know. But we can only add up the numbers as they come along, and so far the math is beginning to make at least a little bit of sense. And that leads us into what I was discussing with the idea that really cryptozoology needs to be reclassified into two forms. You're going to have regular cryptozoology, in which case you can have the fun kind of experience where you go out and just look for formerly extinct species or something that's kind of newly evolving into a species, or something that got overlooked as a species. That's kind of the three circles of real cryptozoology as an earth-based science. And then you have things like Bigfoot and Dogman and prehistoric animal sightings and dire wolves and you name it, werewolves. It runs the gamut, shapeshifters, skinwalkers, all of that would fall into a new category. And I propose the name exozoology. I think that probably is an easy name for people to grasp, and it's the idea that we're studying animals that appear to originate from another either civilization and or dimension. So what do we do from here? Really, as cryptozoologists, as investigators, I don't know. I might have to busy myself with writing the very first book on exozoology. And what can, the characteristics of these creatures that appear to be interdimensional in nature, what can that tell us about the dimension that they come from? And all of that interesting information. So that could lead to really kind of the founding of a new type of science. It's clear that, like, when you look at the research coming out of Skinwalker Ranch and the Pentagon's deeper programs dealing with UFOs, that they're having a lot of so-called exozoology activity. Not necessarily cryptozoology activity, but exozoology activity. And so why not form that as its own science and sort of subdivide that and subdivide, Earth-based cryptozoology out of that and leave that as its own discipline and its own science, because that's a much needed thing, and there's not any real, right now the scientific community doesn't ascribe a lot of real credibility to cryptozoology. If we could divide that out into Earth-based and then exo-based, whether that be interdimensional and or type 3 civilization activity, it could help. So it might help us kind of think about exozoology in a whole new way. There's the paranormal aspect of Bigfoot, the accounts of abductees seeing Bigfoot in the presence of aliens. You have the DNA that shows it to be a chimeric construct. You have orbs and weird balls of light always being reported around them. Jonathan Keel noted that in at least 20% of all highly credible Bigfoot sightings, there was also a UFO reported at the scene. That's a dead giveaway, right? Should be. And what do we have with the Dogman phenomenon? An identical series of points to be made on any PowerPoint presentation. You could go down and they're like identical. So, and that's kind of my new idea. I think that's going to present a whole new idea of rabbit holes. Like, it was told to David Paulides of Missing 411 fame by Dr. John Brandenburg, who works for NASA, that the government had employed him to run a group of scientists that were studying interdimensional doorways. And if they're studying interdimensional doorways, it means they're studying the creatures that are coming through those doorways, and that would classify itself as exozoology. And you can see where these highly credentialed mainstream scientists are sort of preparing the way for that. So, that leads us into kind of the case of on Skinwalker Ranch, where like last year in one of the dry gulches there on the ranch, they discovered a flesh and bone carcass, and they retrieved the carcass. It was a wolf-like creature, but not a wolf that they could ascertain. Luckily, Skinwalker Ranch has all kinds of funding, and they're able to pay scientists, and so they have a paid world-class field biologist on the ranch at all times. This field biologist was able to examine the carcass up close right away. Apparently, so had some form or access to a real dire wolf carcass that had been discovered in the ice and was perfectly preserved, and they were able to put those two bodies together and make a spot-on identification. In other words, the wolf-like creature discovered at Skinwalker Ranch is a dire wolf, and that dire wolf appears to have come out of another dimensional plane. That would be exozoology, right? So it's almost like the past also exists interdimensionally alongside this plane, and sometimes these animals can wander back out of it through a doorway somehow. How weird is that? That would explain all of the very strange pterodactyl sightings that we continually get or used to get all the time in Crypto Four Corners when we were down in the American Southwest. So, you don't get them so much up here, but one of the best pterodactyl sightings ever reported and video that actually recorded, which I believe to be authentic video, to this day. It was taken way prior to any kind of AI type of generated stuff, and that happened at Flathead Lake in Montana. And it's clearly a living creature of some kind. So how do we begin to explain that, right? Did that fly out of an interdimensional hole somewhere? Well, it's possible. If a dire wolf can wander through a hole on Skinwalker Ranch, then who's to say a pterodactyl can't fly through another interdimensional hole somewhere in North America and zoom around for a while before disappearing back into the past, So, where does that leave us? Well, it kind of leaves us in a state where we need to begin to entertain the possibility that a lot of what we encounter is a good word in the wilderness areas as cryptozoologists could actually be interdimensional animal activity, exozoology activity. And that should bring on a whole new sort of, caution, if not fear. We need to be very cautious about dealing with any life forms that may have originated on another dimension. And it could be that what we're seeing in these wilderness areas that's actually responsible for all the missing 411 cases is a type of interdimensional animal predator. Something that would take an exozoologist to be able to identify. And often when I think about what those people might be encountering out in the woods, I often think of the ocean animal, the mimic octopus. And I like to call this theoretical, interdimensional, cryptid predator taking humans out of the woods a mimic. That's my name for it, the mimic. And what if you had an animal that was interdimensional like that, that was very much like a mimic octopus that could take any form, any shape, look like a tree, look like a bush, look like another animal? What if it could mimic other life forms in such a way that it was able to take humans? It's just an idea. It's just a theory. But Brandenburg made it clear to Paulides that this was an extremely high-level, high-budget, deep black program going on at the Pentagon where they're studying interdimensional doorways. And I mentioned it as far back as 20 years ago in my book, Paranormal Planet, that at each one of the interdimensional doorways that I mentioned in my book, which are 12 different ones, the government had placed a military presence at that doorway. It was almost as if somebody in the government had identified the doorways, and now they wanted to place a guard at the entrance to the doorways. And that's exactly what they did. And now we have testimony coming out of Paulides that Brandenburg told him those things, and all of the math begins to add up. So, such is the way of the rabbit holes on the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. And next week, we're going to be examining some more crazy theories. We got some more WebBot reports, and I expect there's going to be, some explosiveness take place in the cryptocurrency markets pretty soon. But stay tuned for some really good programming next, and join me next week, Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central, and I will see you on the radio.
Awesome job, Jack.
Thanks.
Yep. Stick with me for a little bit. I do believe that there's a type of pterosaur in my area that, it either migrates here or it comes through from time to time.
Wow.
Or lives here and hibernates.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I've told you about it before, and I've seen it twice. I can't take pictures because both times I was in a truck moving.
Yeah. We had one
If I
Navajo
would have
lady
been,
that was,
if I would have been maybe 5 miles faster, I might have been able to hit that one.
well, yeah, we had one Navajo lady that was part of long range patrol. She was way out, like 100 miles out on reservation land, and she said this thing came flying over her truck and was so wide in the wingspan that it stretched from side of the road to side of the road as it took off in front of her. It was a pterodactyl. So,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this thing was probably about the size of a herring, a great
wow,
herring, or maybe bigger than that.
wow, crazy.
It had no feathers, absolutely none. All right, I'm cleared from all the other stations that I need to clear, and I will catch up with you next week for more Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Now I got to get Miss Nancy up.
Sounds good. All right,
All
brother.
right,
I'll talk to you soon.
all right. And like I
Okay.
said, take pictures of all your artwork and that so that we can get that
Yes.
up and out too.
Yes, sir. I will get that to you for sure.
All right.
All
night.
right. I'll talk to you later. Good
All
night.
All right, that was Jack Carey from the Paranormal Intelligence Agency coming up. Let's see what the chaos comes from and with. If we can get the folks in from Nancy Planeta to do Vixen's Vault. Let's see here. Let me get all our folks in here. Do.
Okay, getting ready to go in. I have to get everything sorted out real quick. Hello.
I just tried to add him, and he bounced out. He's not on live right now, or showing active, so I can't add him.
Okay, so we've got the wrong Scotty Roberts in the room. Hang on a minute.
Okay.
We had him.
He was here.
Do me a favor. Drop the meeting link into the chat so I can send it to him.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I'm fixing our OBS stream team on team. Yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even see him on the list down there. There he is. There. See if that works. Yeah, it just keeps dropping.
There we go. Hold on here. Let me get the share link. Copy to clipboard. There's David.
David Capione. Big man on campus right there, buddy.
Here you go. Nancy, do you see it?
I got it. Thank you.
Okie dokie.
Poor Scotty.
Oh,
He was. You should have heard him cursing. He
I
never
bet.
migrated. He
I
never
bet.
migrated from Skype, so he was like, "Fucking." I was like, "Ooh, beep beep beep."
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna give us another minute, and then we'll get you going. Hopefully, we can get Scotty in by then.
No, the same problem is happening with Otto, so I told him just click that link you posted.
Okay, there's Otto.
There he is.
There he is.
Hello.
Oh, it just.
There's
Hello,
Scotty.
There he is.
I hear something.
Hey,
So-
it's the man
what's
with the
the show
plan.
about tonight?
How you doing?
I'm doing.
There we
What do we?
go.
I got to run and get something to drink. Hang on.
Get us
Okay,
all
well,
something
I'm
to
gonna
drink.
get us.
live, are
I'm gonna get us
Yes,
Get us
we
a
are.
picture of
going.
margaritas.
Okay.
Yep.
You got 30 seconds, Nancy. And I'm going to do
Cool.
a countdown. I know we're a little late, so hopefully. Oh, no. Okay, on the break, we will switch back to this room. Remind me, or we will run out of time.
And
Copy
Okay?
that.
also, hey, I want
Copy that.
later on when you have a chance, tell Veterans Radio, man. I appreciate freaking all the stuff he said in chat.
Okay.
That was pretty cool.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side for the first time tonight, Nancy, right now.
And welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date, February the 18th, 2026. It has been a wild and woolly week, to say the least. How about them Epstein files that keep appearing out of nowhere? Another 3 million files dumped, a lot of names exposed, and yet still way too many redactions, if you ask me. But hey, what do I know? I will say one thing, though. It's really funny how the people who had absolutely no interest in Epstein at all suddenly became uber interested in Epstein when Trump's name was attached in a negatory way and have demanded the release of these files, which now are putting some egg on their face, kind of like what happened with the taxes, kind of that whole same reverse psychology scenario, which it's getting more and more interesting. But while people are paying attention to that, they're not looking overseas, and they're not seeing, like yesterday and last night. I can tell you air traffic in this area was loud last night, and it was not because of Tampa International. It was definitely because of MacDill, because SOCOM moved a ton of aircraft overseas last night, a ton of them, like Stratofortresses, you name it, it went. And it was loud, and it was constant for a little while there, but yep, there's something going on over there. That being said, tonight I've got multiple new people in the chat. Some we know we love. Otto, I have been on other shows with Otto. I thoroughly enjoy Otto. I'm so happy to have him here.
Glad to be here.
I've got Scotty Roberts, who is a 20-plus year friend of mine that I love him dearly, and he knows it. We go way back. We go back, like, we both started in radio around the same time. So that's how old we actually are.
We go way back,
sad.
all right.
Really sad. But I brought Scotty on tonight for a reason, it is an interesting reason, but it was kind of a battle of theology today in the chat for the show, which we do get into, as Roger will attest to. Mark, I don't think you're awake over there. I think you take naps before you come on my show. Scotty, Mark Edworthy is actually over in England.
How you doing?
And I swear to God, he takes naps before he comes on the show.
Well, what is it over there? 2 a.m.?
Yeah, 2 a.m.
Yep.
You're not working
Friends in high places
surprise.
in London, so.
This is so informal of Mark. Mark, you're not wearing a tie. I'm shocked. This is the side of Mark I haven't seen. This is this relaxed kind of, debonair, devil-may-care.
Otto, just wait. He'll do what I call the Fabio flip. When we're starting to talk, he'll flip his hair back in this Fabio flip.
Yeah, I get in trouble because I call him man meat on this show. He's just man meat.
Okay, but going back to the subject at hand, and because Scotty's on for a limited time tonight, he's got another engagement in about an hour. The discussion was regarding biblical text, and basically we were talking about the 12 tribes. I had here. It all started because I dropped a theory in the chat, which I tend to do. They'll tell you I do this randomly, and my theory was that could there possibly have been more than one Ark of the Covenant? Because if the Ark is designed as they say it's designed, if it was capable of what they said it was capable of, and if it did what they said it did biblically, there's a good chance it was some type of a nuclear reactor, a miniature nuclear reactor, basically. And if that is the case, it would have been something that was either A, left here by a more ancient society, or B, brought here by a different society, because it wasn't something that organically just the Israelis just said, hey, let's build a nuclear device. We're so genius. No, that is not how that occurred. And we do have evidence from other cultures, India primarily, that showed some kind of a nuclear event took place in ancient history. And then, of course, there is the disappearance of the Ark of the Covenant. And also Sodom. I believe I mentioned that to you, Scotty. The evidence left behind at Sodom is very indicative of what could have been considered a thermonuclear blast. It's really similar, actually, if you start really looking at it. And if you look at the description of what occurred with Lot's wife, yeah, you've got a lot of indicators there that match. But more importantly, again, the Ark of the Covenant, the device I'm speaking about directly, disappeared, obviously, from Solomon's temple. We're not sure where it went, but we know for sure one thing. Only the tribe of Levi could carry the Ark. And it was something that was passed down through bloodlines within Levi, or within the Levinites. And basically, they were a nomadic tribe. So the tribe of Levi they weren't northern or southern. They really had no land in the area that they called Israel, Judea, whatever you want to call it, Cana. But basically, when the ark disappeared, so did that tribe. They disappeared into history. We don't know what happened to them, supposedly. But if you go back to about that same time period, you look at oral history for the area that is now Zimbabwe, you are going to find a lot of very interesting information and a lot of oral records that point to the fact that that may have been where the Levinites actually settled, whatever was left, actually. And you go into recent time where they actually did some genetic testing on one of the tribes in Zimbabwe. It came back as 70% genetic match. 70% of the population, which is only a population of like 50 to 60,000, were a match to a very specific genetic indicator that was actually pretty specific to the tribe that was considered the Levinites. So it's pretty good core evidence that that's where they ended. Now, what's also in that oral history is the fact that the original ark, which in their oral history it states it was there, somehow got destroyed, and that they built a relic that resembled it. And this supposedly happened about 800 years ago. And believe it or not, that relic is housed in a museum in Zimbabwe. Now, what I found interesting is when I did a little bit of research, there's a crater called the Highbury crater in Zimbabwe, it's obviously thousands of years older than the time period we're talking about where the ark is. An area within the crater where there's quartz that has been exposed to such intense heat that it changed its makeup. And we can say, well, that happened when the meteor hit. Well, there's a problem with that story, and that's the fact that we cannot carbon date quartz. So you don't know if that quartz was existing there in that state before there was a meteor strike or after there was a meteor strike. But we do know, again, according to I believe it was the Laban tribe in Zimbabwe, according to their oral history, the blast that destroyed the ark supposedly took place about 2,000 years ago. And it was in that area where the Highbury crater actually is now. And we also have the destruction of pretty much a civilization within Zimbabwe at around the same time. Like, it was completely abandoned. So I basically theorized that could have been where the Ark of the Covenant ended up. It's very possible. But on top of that, there may have been more than one device. Because again, if this device existed and it was a thermonuclear device, logic would state there was more than one, especially if it wasn't something that was native to the Jews. And I know religious history states that God gave them the ark. And I tend to go outside that ark, I guess you could say, and say, well, wait a minute, let's look at this a little bit more logically. Instead of through faith, let's look at it through context and say, well, what if there was an ancient society that left behind technology that was greater than what we've had until recently, where it would be completely misunderstood. We know that there was manna in the ark. Well, we also know that there are things within the nuclear fusion and fission processes that basically echo the word mana in them. So again, is it symbolic? What is it? So this led to the conversation again of things not always being what you think in the Bible. And the Bible cannot be read as a direct, you can't read it and not read into it. You have to be able to read into the Bible. Why? Because the Bible has been changed, it's been edited, it's been audited. And my example of that was your experiences, Scotty,
Yes.
going to Egypt, because Scotty has been to Egypt, to my listeners. In fact, many, many adventures were had by Scotty and John Ward in Egypt.
Yes, indeed.
But the reasons they went, one of the focus Scotty had, I know at that time, was to follow the footsteps of Moses. Scotty, I'm going to let you take it from here with why this works into why we don't take the Bible directly. Go ahead, my brother.
One of the first things I'll say is that I've entertained a lot of theories, a lot of hypotheses over the years, and sometimes I tend to just come back to the way the scripture was written and say, maybe it was just a box that God told the Hebrews to build, overlay it with gold, and there was nothing to it until that scene in the Old Testament where it says Moses gathers all the people around the tabernacle, which was the tented version of the temple, precursor to the temple. And they brought the ark in, and God's Shekinah glory came down out of the sky and settled on the ark in the form of a cloud. And they moved it into the Holy of Holies. Now, that's a supernatural event, which in my book, if you start lining them up, if you have a supernatural event, you have a UFO event, you have an extraterrestrial event, you have a weird event, they're all different events that really kind of contain the same meat to them. They're outside the ordinary. And of course, the Shekinah glory is generically, it's a female term. So it's basically saying in the book of Exodus that God's female form came and settled on the ark. So you take that and now move that aside. So there are times I look at that and I say, the ark was a box. The only power given to it was the supernatural power. You could call it the God magic that God gave it. And that was it. And once God left the ark, which is later in the Old Testament, after, the monarchy was established, and then the divided monarchy, Israel, Judah, before the time of Christ by several hundred years, Israel's carried away captive into Babylon. They also had the constantly at war with the Assyrians. And as things started getting muddled down the chain after King David and all the way down, it said that God's glory left the ark. And the ark was then just again a box overlaid with gold. And that it was carried off, I believe, by the Assyrians and disappeared in the pages of Scripture. You never heard of it again. It never talks of there being multiple arks built, although that is one of the theories that stands outside of recorded Scripture. And so if you were to be a scriptural purist, you would have, as John Ward said, Scotty, I'm a biblical minimalist. And I said, that makes me a biblical maximalist? And I said, there are things I question in the Bible. Don't get me wrong. I ask a lot of questions. But at the same time, I look at some of the events that were listed and say, if I may not trust the faith story that's wrapped around an event in the Bible, I found that many, 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 many times over, I can trust the historicity of the Bible. I can trust the events themselves. The Bible tends to be a book of history of the Israelite people wrapped around with faith stories. Now, you can accept or reject the faith story. That doesn't make the historical story inefficacious.
Correct.
So I believe the Bible is full of efficacious history, and it's been established over and over and over and over again. So I don't know where you want me to go with that, Nancy, but
Well,
I can.
I'm going into the fact that with the Bible, again, you had multiple influxes of influence from other cultures
Oh,
that
yes.
were absolutely segued into scripture. We don't know for sure exactly what in the biblical scripture can be related to the Jews and what is culturally fallout from other cultures.
I will say this. When I was in seminary back in my early 20s, we're talking 45 years ago, I took textual criticisms courses. I took ancient Hebrew, ancient Koine Greek, Aramaic, none of which I remember, and to be able to parse certain passages. And there were some of the texts that you see in the Bible today. You go to the bookstore and buy a Bible, open it up. Some of those texts date all the way. The New Testament texts, you can date some of those to within 100 years of the time of Christ.
Right.
Some of the Old Testament texts, you can date back much further to the Codex A, the Codex B, all these different manuscripts that exist. And there's no difference in them. Now, an interesting thing that you and I talked about earlier today was the Old Testament as we have it in a Bible. You go, once again, go to the bookstore, open up the Bible, look at the Old Testament. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, and so on, all the way through to the minor prophets. Those books in the Old Testament are all part of an ancient book called the Septuagint, or as John used to say, the Septuaginta, Scotty. And so the Septuagint was the Greek version of the Old Testament. And that originated when, after the Babylonian captivity in the late 500s BC, 72 rabbis went to the Pharaoh of Egypt, which was Ptolemy II, the Greek Pharaoh of Egypt. And they asked for permission to go to the Library of Alexandria for the purpose of rebuilding their nation's history and rebuilding the texts of their scriptures. And so they sat in there for a couple of years. They went through all the oral traditions, and they went through all the written traditions that they could find at the Library of Alexandria, and they ended up with a book called the Septuagint. That Septuagint is what they wrote that was recreating everything that had existed in the Old Testament before that. That is the same book that is the Old Testament in any Bible you go to the bookstore now and look at. The Septuagint was written in the early 400s, late 500s BC. And it's the Greek version of the Old Testament. So you've got that document that goes back all the way to the 400s and 500s BC. Now, what happened before that, we don't know. But I was using this example. You can use it from the book of Exodus, a book that Moses wrote. And I don't think there's any reason to question that Moses was a real guy who wrote real books.
Yep.
He was one of the religious leaders and national leader of early Israel. And he wrote these first 5 books of the Bible. And in the book of Exodus, it says, and that the Pharaoh, it doesn't name him, Pharaoh had the Hebrew slaves build the treasure cities of Pithom and Ramses. Well, Pithom and Ramses, obviously, we know this historically, archaeologically, were built by Ramses II. Ramses the Great, or Yul Brynner, if that's a better picture for you. And so he built those cities, Pi Ramses. You can go to Pi Ramses today, see the ruins there. Well, the interesting thing is, so if the Bible says the Hebrews built the treasure cities of Pi Ramses, then obviously they lived during the reign of Ramses II, because those were his cities. Until you consider the rewriting of the Old Testament in the Septuagint. The Septuagint was written 1,000 years after Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. He would have written those in around 1400 BC. and 400 BC to 500 is where you have the Septuagint written. And here's the interesting part, is that as they rewrote that, what was common usage in the day was the city of Pi-Ramses, or Pithom and Ramses. But in its origin, Pithom and Ramses were cities built on top of Avaris. Avaris was a much more ancient city that would have existed at the time of the captivity of the Israelites.
Oh no. Oh no.
Am I still here?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the technical difficulty.
If you dig under Pi-Ramses, you find Avaris. And what they did when they wrote the Septuagint, 1,000 years later, they didn't know the name of the original city. Oh, you know what? It's Pi-Ramses is where this took place. The Hebrews built the treasure cities of Pithom and Ramses. Well, that's all they knew them by. That would be like, I would use the example of saying New York City. Do we call that New Amsterdam anymore? No.
Right.
We call it New York City, but it's built on top of New Amsterdam. So it's that same kind of a thing. And another historical fact that I like to bring up about Ramses is that what happened, the Exodus took place, 40 years they wandered in the wilderness. Joshua takes over according to the scripture. He's a general. What's their first conquest in the new promised land? They take the city of Jericho. You know, Joshua fought the battle of Jericho and the walls came tumbling down. That story. And it was Kathleen Kenyon and other very notable archaeologists that dated the tell there at what is current day Jericho. The tell in the middle of the city, the old city mound, they dated that back to 1405 BC. Now, 1405 BC was the date of the destruction of Jericho, and it was not inhabited for 800 following years after that happened. Destruction of Jericho in 1405 would place the Exodus around 1445, 1446 BC, but the birth of Ramses was in the late 1200s. So if you've got the destruction of Jericho taking place in 1405 and Ramses being born 150 years later, he couldn't be the pharaoh of the Exodus because the Exodus took place 40 years before the destruction of Jericho.
Yep.
So you start looking at these historical facts and you say, I think one of the dangers of like biblical archaeology is I must find archaeology that matches my faith story. That's erroneous archaeological work. You must find archaeological work and then find out if your faith story matches up to it or not. That's the measure. And
All right,
so,
Scotty, hold
Yep.
on one second because I got to take us out to our first break. Hang
Right
in
on.
there, folks. When we come back, Scotty's going to finish that up because it's totally interesting. We will be back with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
All right. Now, I'm going to have to clear us, okay, and bring us all right back because I didn't, while we getting Scotty set up and that, I didn't get a chance to change the room and refresh it. So
Okay.
I'm going to hang up. Everybody wait for the call back. All right?
All right.
Scotty, you good to go?
I'm good
Otto?
to go, I think.
All right. Give me a minute and I'll get us right back.
Okay.
All right, give it a second and we will have it up and running. So, all right, give it a second and we will get a quick check on the audio.
Thiel Martinez in already. Where'd Scotty go?
No.
Tell Scotty just to rejoin. He hang up and rejoin the same call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same link.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, no.
David, we got you in?
Yeah, I just accepted
I
it.
don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm in
Is
here.
Okay.
No, Vicky
Otto,
wasn't
where's
coming
Otto
in.
at?
We lost Otto and Scotty.
Yeah.
Put
I'll try to
another
get Otto again.
put another link in
And
the
Scotty.
chat.
No, they're bouncing out. Roger, just tell them to tell Otto to rejoin the same link.
Okay.
Same with you, Nancy, and I'll get us back up on.
I did.
Okay.
Nancy's back. Yeah.
Okay, and just let him in.
Yeah, I just clicked on Scotty to bring him in. He
All
just-
right.
There's
good.
Scotty.
There he is.
There's
Here I
Otto.
am.
Yay! Here
See
we go.
Otto, though. I don't see
There's
Otto.
Otto. He's in.
Oh, okay. He's in. All right.
Hello.
We're good
There
to
he
Okay,
go.
we got about 30 seconds, and get us right back into the radio side.
Are we
Everybody
coming off
in?
break?
Everybody's good. Is Raph with us? Yes.
Raph is with us.
All right.
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right.
Scotty, are you taking it? Or
You
Mark,
okay,
are you taking
Scotty?
us?
You gonna be all right?
It's that old tracheal stuff.
Okay.
So
That's
All right.
Scotty,
Here's your
that's not that
countdown,
old.
Nance. Here's your
Wow.
countdown, Nance.
A
3,
year.
2, 1, and you're live.
okay, guys. We are back. It was a bit of a short break. We had a little bit of Microsoft discombobulation going on, but hey, y'all know how much I love Microsoft, right? It's just my favorite product on the planet. Not really. In fact, when I found out Skype was converting over to Teams, I pretty much had a heart attack and had everybody from Minds.com looking for an alternative platform because that's how much I love Microsoft. In fact, Scotty is giving me the look right now on the camera. Like, you should have heard him earlier. It was not very religious.
It
I'm
was
going to
not
put it that
pretty.
way.
Microsoft is about as user friendly as I don't know, my toe in my ass.
Yeah, pretty
So-
much. Pretty much. You were way more metaphorically descriptive than that, Scotty. but...
I was. I was single-minded though. Different variations of one metaphor.
Oh,
So-
yes. Oh, yes. But getting back to what you were discussing, I mean, the point is that you cannot, because of the fact that it has been transcribed and retranscribed, and again, culturally influenced, and there's so many things that go into something that's thousands of years old.
Right.
You cannot look at it and take it verbatim. You can't.
Well,
And there's going to be questions that come of that.
I tend to find this. I used to think that a lot. And when I took textual criticisms courses, I found that the only differences I could find from like current manuscripts to manuscripts that were like within 100 years of the time of Jesus, the earliest ones we have for the New Testament. We had differences like, and she stood in the courtyard in the pale sunlight. And in the original, I might say, and she stood in the courtyard on the cloudy day. You know, it was changes like that. I didn't find significant theological passages that were changed, that were any different than the earliest manuscripts we have. Same with the Septuagint. Septuagint is the same document that existed in 400 to 500 BC for the Old Testament. And guess what? It's the same document. And that's what's our Old Testament today.
When the Septuagint was written, we don't know. It's like the Council of
Right.
Nicaea. It's very similar, in fact. We don't know
Yes.
what was left out. We don't know what was put in.
Yep.
We just know that it was something that you're trusting the word of 72 people,
Yep.
that this was exactly what it was before.
And remember, their purpose was to reestablish for the state, and not the state, the country of Israel and the nation, their history and their scriptures. So they were meticulous about putting that document back together. What you find is the passage of time, they forgot certain geographic locations. They forgot certain names when it came to the book of Exodus. Now, either Moses originally wrote the book of Exodus and excluded all royal names from the Egyptian families. The names of the pharaohs, the names of the woman who found him in the Nile, the young girl who found him in the Nile, who he referred to as Pharaoh's daughter. And then you start digging into history and you find, well, first of all, for Moses to have used their names, he was raised Egyptian. He was raised in that schooling, that education, that religion. To have used their names would be to have given them life, eternal life.
Yep.
And so one of the theories is that he deliberately left their names out. The other theory is that when they wrote the Septuagint, they were going on oral tradition. They didn't know who these people were. But they knew Pharaoh's daughter. There's an important one. There's a dating system you can follow in the Old Testament scripture that establishes the date of the Exodus, the date that Moses would have been alive. And if you follow that, it's in 1 Kings 6:1, if you care to look it up. It's on the day that Solomon dedicates the temple, Temple 1, archaeologically, in Jerusalem, was the 480th year since the Exodus, according to their calendar they established in 1 Kings. Now, if you do your simple math and add 480 onto 966 BC is the trusted date of the building of dedication of Temple 1. You go back 480 years, you end up at 1446. Same with the city of Jericho, 1405 to 1445-46. Now, if Moses was indeed, as the Bible says, 80 years old at the time of the Exodus, then he was born in 1526 BC. Now, who was on the throne in those years? You had Tutmosis the First, Tutmosis the Second, Tutmosis the Third. Tutmosis the First had a daughter, and her name was Matkare. She later became, by her regnal name, she became Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, the famous female pharaoh of Egypt of the 18th dynasty. But when she was a child, she was bestowed a royal title, and she was one of very few women that bore this title. And the title was, as a princess, was Pharaoh's daughter. And so when Moses pens that, the big question comes up, was he referring to her out of respect to her title rather than her name? Pharaoh's daughter was her title. According to the Bible and a Hebrew Israelite tradition, the calendar, she would have been about 7 to 10 years old the year Moses would have been born. What does she do in the scriptural story? Gives him back to his sister, Moses' sister, who takes him back to his mother to be weaned. And it says when she is old enough and the baby is weaned, she takes him into the palace. And I believe this is the same woman, Matkari, who becomes Hatshepsut, takes over as pharaoh. She has a grand vizier who she bestowed with 92 royal titles. And all we know about him, his name was Senenmut. And Senenmut in Egyptian means mother.
Oh no.
Oh no. He was getting good too.
God.
Oh,
Did my mic cut out?
Yeah, just
It
a little
did.
bit.
For about a second and a half, 2 seconds.
My mic's got some issues right now. My soundboard. It just cuts out. So she named, there was this Senenmut. That's an Egyptian word. It means mother's brother. It means I, your mother, am bestowing on you the status of brother to the gods with me. So Matkare, Hatshepsut, is naming Senenmut her son. This is my son. I elevate him to the level of brother to the gods. But all we know about his parentage, it says he was born to commoners, is all we know about Senenmut's birth. And he's elevated by her. He's given 92 royal titles, including Grand Vizier, the Grand Royal Architect, the High Priest of Amun, amongst many. And so she gives him all these titles, and he was very close to her. I have pictures of graffiti from a cave up above her funerary temple at Deir el-Bahre in Luxor. We went up into the cliffs and climbed into this old cave up there, which was the workers' cave when they were building this temple for her. And painted on the walls is a picture of Senenmut having Hatshepsut bent over a block, shagging her from behind. And so there were lots of theories and many books written on the relationship that Senenmut had with Hatshepsut, that they were lovers. So is this the same guy that was her son? Apparently so. And there was no blood relation to them. And when they erased her, when she took over as pharaoh, the rightful pharaoh was her nephew, who was like 3 or 4 years old at the time of her husband's death. And so he was named pharaoh. She became co-regent. 6 years later, took over as pharaoh herself, sent him to the north, up in Memphis at the mouth of the Nile Delta, where he was in charge of all her armies as he grew up. And so there was peace there. If he wanted to press his case, all the armies were under his command. He didn't. And so there was peace in her time. And he accepted who he was and who she was. But after her death, or disappearance, some may say, they struck all of her images, her cartouches, off of her temple. And you can still go there today. They're artistically chiseled out. And they would replace it with the name of Tutmosis III, her nephew, who is now the rightful pharaoh, at age 29, something like that. And he ruled until he was 84 years old. And it was his son, Amenhotep II, who was the pharaoh of the Exodus, I believe. And so you've got this grand story that arcs across this dynastic family. And you've got Senenmut, who, without reading the whole book in a half an hour here, he is a man that so many historical facts around Senenmut and Hatshepsut point to him as being, my book, the prime candidate for Moses. And I drew criticism out there when I wrote that. Some priest got on, and you know who he is, Nancy, and he got on and he excoriated me for my foolish theory that Senenmut could possibly be Moses. He said, it's obvious that it was a worker beneath Senenmut that was Moses. And I'm like, where'd you get that? How do you know that? What makes you that? Why is that theory any better than mine? And so there are so many things that point to Senenmut as being Moses that I think there aren't many questions to be asked. And well, I've even seen, and this thrilled me beyond. I remember a couple of years ago, I was watching something on YouTube and I'm scrolling through, and it said, "Is this the face of Moses?" And it was a statue of Senenmut. I said, I wonder what this is about. And so I started watching it, and about 10 to 12 minutes in, the guy said, I found the finest theory, and this is some archaeological institute, found the best theory that I can get behind. He said, and it's in a book written by Scott Allen Roberts and John Ward. And I called my wife. I go, Rainey, they're talking about my book. And so, and that was very cool. But it's become a very accepted theory that Senenmut was probably this man, Moses. The timeline fits, the dating system fits. Now, the big question is, what are all these supernatural questions we have about multiple arcs, about multiple storylines? I tend to have, I pushed all that out on purpose, deliberately, to focus on the historical story and the archaeology of the story. And what I found by those is that all of these elements of the biblical story ring very true to history. And there's so many things that took place. When we were out in in the Sinai Desert, John and I, and we were guests of a man named Sheikh Salim Barakat. He put us up in his 120-year-old goat skin Bedouin tent on the desert floor, and his sons slept outside the tent about 50 feet in each direction, guarding us as hospitality. And we climbed this little mountain called Serbet el Khedim, which is a low plateau mountain, and it's got old temples up there and shrines to all the successive pharaohs, and the cave of Ptah and the cave of Hathor, and Hathor being the calf goddess of Egypt, and the bringer of joy and happiness and all of this, and patron saint of the miners that worked in those cliffs. And this is her mountain, and it's one of the theories. Flinders Petrie, who was a archaeologist of the last century, his theory was that Serbet el Khedim is the actual Mount Sinai of the Bible. And some of the things that this was Hathor's mountain. What did the Israelites do? They built a golden calf to worship. They were honoring the god of the mountain. And things like that. So there's all this kind of history that you start looking at that really illuminates the story in different ways.
That's, like I said, it's interesting because you do look at the Bible. Yeah, definitely historically it establishes a timeline. The problem is the timeline is again at the behest of the translations and the re-scripting of what occurred. It does not negate the events, but it does screw the timeline up in a lot of ways. And it makes you question, okay, again, what was added, what was deleted? And in the story of Moses, I would think because of the moral questions that would arise in how it may have occurred and what they describe as how it occurred, the question is going to be, well, again, we can't have our religious leader, Moses, seen as somebody who is having consensual relations with an Egyptian pharaoh, especially one considered to be his mother. But again, you got to look at the timelines too and say, wait a minute, in Egypt back then, it was absolutely part of the daily event where, sons married mothers, brothers married sisters, because they wanted the bloodlines to remain pure. That was, in fact, royalty in Europe did it for centuries. And that's why they have such screwed up looking royals a lot of times, because they intermingled the same bloodline too much.
Right.
But again, that's why they're all related.
Right. Now, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So, now we were having this conversation earlier, and the one thing that stands out to me is the story of Moses in the first place is very, very familiar. It reminds me of a story of Sargon back during the time of the Sumerians.
I think that's where they got it from. Yeah, it's an old story.
So, I mean, when I think of that, it really makes me think of synchronicity, where ideologies were merged in from one religious group to another, because I mean it's way too familiar. You know what I mean?
See, I would take a theory like that, and I would say, because it's a pet project of mine for years, and I would say that's supposition. It's supposition to say maybe he was based on Sargon, or is it possible that there are certain familiarities between the two stories that make somebody say that? It's like I look at Moses going down the Nile in a basket. Well, that relates back to the story of Osiris, cut up in pieces, put in a basket, floated down, resurrected. And until you look at it this way and you say, maybe Moses' mother, who was very Egyptianized, she grew up in Egypt as a slave or a worker, and she used the story of Osiris and put Moses in a basket outside the pool of the young Pharaoh's daughter to bring to mind the story of Osiris. maybe she was the one using the story in order to get him noticed. So we look at that, and that's all supposition as well. We speculate on all these things. We can speculate and say Moses never existed. He was an archetype because there are so many other leaders that looked like him, but that's a speculation.
And then there's
my question, Scotty, always was with Moses. If he had horns like he's always depicted with horns, all right, was he part Nephilim? What was he part Nephilim? And
who said he had horns?
Was that part of the reason why he wasn't allowed to go into the into the promised land?
I will say flatly no. Nowhere in the Bible tells you Moses had horns.
Now,
Michelangelo made a sculpture showing horns, and he was against that. The reason they did that was because the hierarchy during the day, during his period in Europe, had to demonize the Jews. So they had to put horns on Moses. They had to show something like that. And so he was forced to do that. That's just on a statue carved in the 1500s. It's not in the Bible text.
When you mention Egypt, too, though, that brings me to the whole subject of Ruth, which we had a conversation about, too. Like, everybody forgets about Ruth and that she was a Moabite.
Ruth and Esther.
Yeah, she was a Moabite.
Ruth especially was a Moabite. She was an outsider.
Yes.
Okay.
And you know where she ends up? She ends up in the lineage of Jesus Christ.
Exactly. See, that's where I'm going with that.
So, and that was something I think that was very telling. That here's a Moabite in the lineage of the kinsman redeemer, the Messiah, which should tell us all something about the way it was viewed in that day. You could say the way God viewed it, the way Judaism viewed it, is that this is who she was. And it's open to more than just Jews alone. And the story of her story, I have more problems with other parts of her story, because it says that Boaz, this was the plantation owner that hired her, and this guy was he had to be between 60 and 80 years old. We always picture him in Bible picture storybooks and so on. She was married to the son of Naomi for 10 years, and then he died. And then this story to it, so she had to be marrying age, which could have been 13 to 20. So she's got to be roughly anywhere from 30 to 40 years old. And what does her mother-in-law tell her to do? She says, when Boaz is sleeping, passed out, had a couple of too many drinks at the celebration, you go lay at his feet. And so when he wakes up, he sees you. And there was a custom to do that, meant you wanted the men in a male-dominated society. It was almost like proposing to him, and for lack of a better way to describe it. So he wakes up and he ends up marrying her. And they have kids, and she's like the great-grandfather of David, King David. And so it's an interesting story.
Roger, I don't know if you knew this, but it's interesting that you brought up the Nephilim. And Mark, or it was you or Mark that brought it up, because Scotty actually, I was going to say, Mark would know this, Scotty actually wrote the book, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, which is an incredible read. If you guys are into that, I highly suggest get a copy, read it. In fact, I believe there's a very famous female actress that was caught in a picture holding that book. Yeah,
it's funny. Yeah. It's funny because I would have rather had somebody else holding that book, frankly. But I think she was prepping for a one-season show they did with her. It was, oh God. What's her name? Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox. And she was walking through the airport, and she had my book on the Nephilim. The front cover, she had it curled up because she'd been reading it. It was uncurled, and she's carrying this book. And then a few months, I sent her through her agent all my books, and the book, the Exodus Reality that John and I wrote. And about 6 months later, she was seen in the airport again. This time she's carrying the Exodus Reality. So she got the book. She never called me, though. Here's my number. Call me. Never happened. So.
And again, when you read The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, it really brings to point, though, what was left out, Scotty. What was left out and why?
There was a lot of stuff left out.
I mean, you of all people should know that, because again, you've written on the subject. You've written about the reptilians. Mm-hmm. I mean, these are things that we actually talk about on the show, and it's so funny because a lot of times I will reference your books because
cool.
I'm like, yeah, I mean, the research has been done. There are connections here. There's things that you all are just you're not privy to. It's kept hidden for a reason, and you have to ask why. I wish Jack Carey was here because literally, you guys could go because he wrote about Enoch, the Book of Enoch, which his book is also incredible.
Yes.
But it lends to a lot of questions. What are they hiding by what they left out? And again, even with the Bible, we can look at the tales of Gilgamesh, going back to the Sumerian Empire, and say, okay, well, how did that get skated over into the Old Testament and suddenly be given to the Jews? Because it wasn't a Jewish story. It was much older.
There was a little passage, and I don't know if I ever told you about this. It didn't make it into the book because I didn't learn about it till after the book was written. But Moses, remember when he had his burning bush experience, and he leaned in and he says, "Whom shall I say sent me?" And the voice of God coming out of the burning bush says, "You tell them I am sent you. I am that I am." Which was a phrase that was hard to understand. Oh, what does that mean? And so you do a little digging, and I found some research. It was David Roll, Dr. David Roll, biblical archaeologist. But he went through all of this, the linguistics. He said this, that phrase, "I am that I am," literally is a Mesopotamian wordplay. And the wordplay says this, "I am that Enki they speak of."
Yep.
That's the wordplay. But it was put in the scripture as "I am that I am." And it means I am that Enki they speak of. Now, was that the question that's unanswered? Was God telling Moses, "Enki, that's really me"? Or is he saying, that Enki they speak of? I'm not him. I'm me. It's not Enki. It's me. I am that Enki. They speak of Enki. They're really talking about me. And so
all right.
It was an interesting wordplay.
Hold that thought. I got to take us out for a second break. Folks, when we return, hopefully Scotty can still say, I know he's on a time period, but I would love to continue this conversation because it gets more interesting than this. Hang in there. We'll return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few minutes.
Excuse me.
All right, we are on radio break.
All right, I have got to be. I start my show at 9 o'clock.
You see, Mark Edworthy, how much cooler the other Mark is with a pipe rather than those cigarettes?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pipes are just so much
well,
cooler.
you do know Scotty smokes a pipe too, though.
I do. Oh, really? Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. We have 3 pipe smokers here tonight. Excellent. I'm enjoying some good Kendall Dark, which is based on a dark-fired Kentucky blend. I think there's a little perique in it. And that's what you miss out on, Mr. Edworthy. You miss out on all the wonderful flavors of a good tobacco, not that those terrible cancer sticks you smoke. You would look so much cooler with a pipe. You really should go over to it.
At the top of the hour, I am going to switch us to room 2. If Scotty's not going to join us, but if he is, I'll restart.
I can't join you. I've got to be on air in a little over 4 minutes.
Okay.
On my show.
All right, Scotty.
All right. When you head out, Scotty, I'm going to switch us to the same room. Okay. That way, if you want to take in rebroadcast with us, that's fine.
Well, see,
I'm sure Nancy doesn't have a problem with it either.
I wanted to ask you something about what is it, Kuntalet? Have you ever heard of that? Adrid. It's a archaeological find that they found in the Sinai, where they had found Egyptian pottery mixed with Jewish. There was a synchronicity to it, where they found paintings and pottery and writings, even where they had been like Jewish and Egyptian people living together, and they actually started syncretizing their stories and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard of a specific find by name like that, but I've heard of lots of finds that are similar to that. So
that's stuff that really does. I'm really glad that you were able to talk about that stuff, because that's where I'm at right now when it comes to all that. I don't get caught up in a lot of the ridiculous and religious.
Mark.
I get tired. I've been as strange a theorist as anyone else in my day, but I get really tired of it's got to be anything except what the scripture actually says. And or it can't be God. It's got to be something else.
Well, it's both for me, though.
And I always ask the question, what if it was God?
I mean,
what if it was what the scripture says?
When you
you got to ask too. Define. You got to ask yourself, what is who is God? What is God? What could God be? Like I say, I always refer to a creator. I believe I have a creator. I believe there is an apex creator.
Yes.
But I don't believe that necessarily equals the God of Christianity, the God of Judaism, the God of Islam, the God of Buddhists. Right. I don't believe that it's an equal. I believe it's a starting point.
Well, when God appeared to me,
Buddhism, there's no God in Buddhism.
That is true.
I had a vision in the hospital that I believe was a vision. And I can tell you more about this another time. I've got less than 2 minutes here. But I had a vision in the hospital. I was awake, not drugged up. I was watching the news, and a man appeared in the chair next to my bed, salt and pepper hair, nice ribbed sweater, zipped up, and I thought, oh, I like that sweater. But it was God. Room got brighter, and he goes like this. He goes, Scotty. He says, your leg? I can give you a leg. I can take your leg away. I didn't come for your leg. I came for your heart. Come on back over. That's all he said to me. And it was done. And I was like, what the fuck was that? So he didn't save my leg. I still got this, but it's okay. And he said, I'm not here for your leg.
I like the sweater. That's a good detail. God.
It was a nice detail.
It was a nice sweater.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go. I got less than a minute to be on air. 45 seconds.
Later.
I'm gonna just leave. See you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right,
love you,
folks. All right, now I'm gonna restart the room. We'll be right back here. If Otto, just after we leave, click the same link again, and you'll be right back in it. All right.
Okay, we'll do.
All right. Give me a minute.
That was a good that was a good interview you did there. All right, so let me wait. I could put on the video and everything to where you can hear it.
Roberts. He's been on Ancient Aliens and other places. Really well known and great guy. He's done lots of shows with me and Nancy in the past. Let's get everybody in here. Roger needs to take and hang up.
I did hang up. What are you talking about?
I'm here, Ray.
There you go.
Otto's here. Got to get Nancy and Raffy and Roger back.
Let me click and try to get Nancy back. Roger's still on the call over there, so until he hangs up, I can't bring him back in. He's probably wondering where everybody went.
Nancy's back. I just clicked on him to come in.
Yeah. Good to
I'm-
go.
Oh,
Here's
Mark
Roger.
Airworthy's there.
I
Yeah,
wa-
I
I
just
wa-
clicked on him to come in.
Good to go.
I
Oh,
wasn't.
Mark
I,
Airworthy's there. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I
Did you-
wasn't. I wasn't still in the room, by the way. When I was hearing you. I was like, I wasn't in the room.
But you could hear us. Wow.
Well, I'm on. I've also got the stream for.
Oh.
So, like, whenever he goes off, I'll unmute the stream so that I can get the audio from what he's saying whenever we disconnect. So.
That's funny. I thought I turned my camera on, but I don't see myself.
So.
No, I don't see either. I told you would enjoy Scotty, Roger. I
Yeah.
told you you'd like it.
Well,
I always liked Scotty, and
if they
we've
can,
done so many shows, you and I, with Scotty in the past, and he's been on
John-
Cafe Enigma.
if they can be
John Ward
professional,
also.
if they can be professional about it, I give them a lot of respect. But it's really hard to find people who are professional when it comes to religious topics, except for Mark
Well, he's-
Edwards.
I'm back.
Scotty, okay, again, you have to understand, Scotty and I go back almost 25 years. And when I met Scotty, he was a Bible thumping boy. I mean, straight out of, like, he's got degrees in theology. I mean, he's like straight up scripture. And at that time, he was heavy duty. And
Should I try to bring Vicky in?
She's not feeling good. You can try, but she's not
Didn't want
feeling
to come
good.
in.
She's
Okay.
not feeling
You
good
can
at
try.
all.
All right, I'll give. I'll put it in so that she can just listen directly.
She put out a prognosis on what she was going through. So
I didn't get
yeah.
to see all
Sure.
that, but that's okay. We won't talk about that. And, she might not want that. So,
But
all right.
anyway, Scotty and Scotty always told me that I was, I made him question different things and look at things differently. And when he wrote the book, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, I helped him with that. So
Nice.
it was, it's a long-standing respect that we have for each other. Like, I love the fact that he is strong in how he believes, but I also love the fact that he's open-minded. And he will go back and research and come back, he'll give you the theology aspect of it, and then he'll give you the human aspect of it, and then he'll look over
Okay,
the
Nancy,
cross-culture aspects.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 1, and you are back live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back, 10:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, February the 18th, 2026. Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Unfortunately, Mr. Scotty Roberts had to go for the evening. He does a podcast almost every night called The Captain's Log, and so he had to go to do his own podcast. But I love having Scotty on. He definitely knows his subject matter, but he will go into, like, we can talk about the supernatural all day and all night just from personal experiences. When he was in Egypt, he had a couple of really interesting supernatural experiences that I think we've actually talked about on this show before. And there's a connection there for him. So I love letting him kind of off his leash to talk about it, because it's such an interesting subject matter, and the way he puts things together is really incredible. But going back to what he was saying as we went off air, and the discussion of I am who I am, and how that would have transcribed across time and through cultures, and the fact that it linked to Enki. But we can't really determine if he was saying he wasn't Enki or he was Enki. But that opens the door. It's a segue to say, wait a minute, are we talking Anunnaki here? Are we going back to the Anunnaki? Because that's where Enki stems from. And that's Sumerian, straight up. And Sumeria and Sumerian, of course, we know that is the oldest known written history, the cuneiform or the Sanskrit. That is the oldest that we are aware of. And it gives a tale, if you are going to go by the translations that were given, because I don't think anybody can really transcribe anything perfect when you're talking about a dead language. And that's what this is, a dead language. A really long dead language, not like Latin, where it's kept alive through different facets and little lines. And yes, only a few people really can transcribe Latin, but there's plenty of evidence to be able to understand Latin. We don't have that when it comes back to like ancient Sumeria. But if you are to believe what has been transcribed, there was a ruling class of gods called the Anunnaki, and these gods did not come from this planet. To be very honest with you, they came to this planet to basically enslave what they created into being human, what we see as human at this point in time, to basically mine gold for them, which I find interesting again, because this whole subject started with the Ark of the Covenant, which was made of what? Gold. So, just a really interesting segue there. But like I said, Scotty has researched it. He's gone back. Even his book on the Nephilim, I got to tell you guys, it was fun to research. It was incredible to research, actually, in many ways. But it was also heavily, heavily educational. To see all this information that is there and is never taught. It's not taught. It's like, it's taboo. And that's why I brought up the Book of Enoch, because there's a lot of things in Enoch that are completely taboo. They do not go with the status quo of modern, quote unquote, organized religion. It goes way outside the bounds. In fact, I'm sure Roger, because I believe Roger's familiar with this subject with Enoch, you'll agree with me. It goes way outside what is acceptable, because it opens up a line of questions. Like, okay, so what was this angelic language Enoch spoke of?
Actually, you actually have somebody here who knows a little bit about that. He's not as proficient as I am, but Otto can tell you a whole lot of cool stuff.
There we go.
There's the Enochian language that Dr. John Dee apparently came up with his work with Sir Edward Kelly. But I'm not super versed on the Book of Enoch as such. Scott did give us a very, very interesting talk. I have completely different takes on all of those things. But yeah, as far as the Nephilim go, I think traditionally they've been interpreted as, though I think I'm trying to remember the actual quotes. It's been many years, but it was something along the lines of, there were giants of the earth in those days, mighty men of renown. And I think this is usually seen as cognate with the Hellenistic idea of the hero, which is not a demigod, but is not a human. Usually they are themselves of partly divine origin, but not always. Think Heracles. So from that perspective, this theory anyway, this is simply the Jewish version of what was a common idea held in the Mediterranean world at that time. The amount of Greek influence on the writing of the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of Moses, I think can't be underestimated, especially if you accept, as I personally do, the thesis of Russell Gmirkin, who says that his theory is that the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of Moses, were composed, not collected, but actually composed around 270 BC under the tutelage of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who was the king of Egypt at that time. He was one of the Ptolemaic kings, obviously Ptolemy II. And at that time, Egypt ruled over Jerusalem and had a very congenial relationship with the Jerusalem priesthood. Now, everything that we can see in the Hebrew Bible, there are such striking parallels with, first of all, a lot of it seems to have been cribbed from the works of Berosus and Manetho, both of whose writings predate this, as well as Plato's Laws, the ideas shown in the Republic, and even cosmologically from Plato's Timaeus. So I think Platonic thought was actually, again, if you accept Russell Gmirkin's ideas, not everybody does, but from this viewpoint, this brings us to an interesting point about the place of Jewish people in Western civilization, if we get into the JQ a little bit, because usually the main argument I've heard is that Judaism represents an alien Oriental strain in our Occidental society, and yet if Greek thought is that central to it, then how can you say that Judaism is anything other than central to Western civilization and philosophy? So it kind of knocks the JQ guys kind of off their buckets a little bit. But be that as it may, it seems to me that if you accept this, it means that a lot of the information in the Bible is coming to us through another step, because they had the Library of Alexandria to draw. And you talk about the Ark of the Covenant. Now, I don't know about nuclear reactors, but I have seen analyses of that show that it's basically an electrical generator, which would showed off lightning and sparks. This is the sort of technical information that the ancients may very well have had. We know that there were so-called precocious technologies, the batteries that they found in Iraq, that Rogers talked about. The Antikythera mechanism, which is like an amazingly complex astronomical computer. So who knows what technologies have been lost and that the writers of the Pentateuch had access to. Of course, they're going to insert this into their national literature, which was, we have to remember that the ancients were very good at social engineering. Think Sparta, think of the Greeks. The people that wrote the Pentateuch were consciously trying to create a national literature that would bind the people together and make them stronger, ethnocentric, and a powerful group that would dominate those around them. And I think it's been a very, very successful formula. And I'll mention something about the name Moses and also the name Aaron. We have a large collection of papyri from a Jewish military colony in Elephantine in Egypt. This has all sorts of documentation, letters. One thing that's very interesting, we have the names of dozens of Jewish people that were living there. Not once is seen the name Moses. Not once is seen the name Aaron. These names didn't seem to exist there's no documentary evidence for these names much before the writing of the Pentateuch in around 270 BC. Again, this is Gomurkin's thesis. I find it very compelling. And to forestall any thoughts of the literary hypothesis that talks about, like, you've got the Yahwist, you've got the Elohist, you have all these different these different writing styles that are supposed to represent different times. Gomurkin sees these as rather representing different socioeconomic classes, different concerns of the different writers. You had like 70 or 72 rabbis sitting there for a year, getting fed for free by Ptolemy II, who was really big on collecting religious texts. So, that's basically where I'm coming from. Yeah, completely different from Scotty.
No, you actually went the direction I wanted to go, because when I was talking about Ruth, this relates directly to the Yahwist. When I was talking about that site that archaeologists have just discovered here within the last 50 years. It's a Kunlit Adra. Now, this isn't the temple that they have there, it's nothing significant. It's nothing like the temple that's in Israel or Jerusalem or nothing. It's just a stop-off point between Egypt and between, Jerusalem.
Where the different cultures would be mixing, rubbing together. They trade musical scales. They trade like cooking ideas, language, borrow from each other. I love those areas in the world where you get like the different cultures just rubbing up a little bit, not this kind of forced multicultural kind of integration, but just the kind of, music is the thing that gets me. You get musicians from anywhere on the planet and they'll start playing together. And there's some Eastern European music that you can hear, like the Muslim musical scales and Far Eastern, notes and things in it, it's musical styles. It's really an inspiring thing sometimes. I love it when ideas can rub up against each other. But, bringing up it's interesting, you brought up the temple. Something else very interesting about the Elephantine is that they had their own temple to Yahweh. They were in complete communication with the Jerusalem priesthood. There was no indication in any of the letters that this was seen as wrong. And yet, under, I believe it's the Levitical or Deuteronomic laws, you're not supposed to have any temple except the one in Jerusalem. That was very central. But that didn't seem to be a concern at all. In fact, we've all seen the drawings of Yahweh, the coins with Yahweh represented on them in a very Hellenistic, Greco-Roman kind of a way. In a lot of ways, before 270 BC, Judaism didn't seem all that different from all of the other religions that were operating in that area of the world. With this really, really heavy monotheism, didn't really come in until after the Pentateuch came out. And, and of course, they even talk about it in there about, the worshiping other idols and things like that. Doesn't Solomon have all these different gods he was worshiping? I've actually read some archaeological thing recently. I don't have the sources in front of me where they talked about the original temple had it not only was for Yahweh or Jehovah, whatever you want to call them, but it was also dedicated to other gods as well. There was like places where you could worship, I think two other Anata or something like that. I forget now. I have to look it up. So there was a huge change in Hebrew thought around that time.
All right. You know what? I'm going to segue this back for a second because I have a question, and it's going to kind of bring it into modern times when I ask this question.
Okay.
So we had the WikiLeaks dumps a few years ago. Of course, Julian Assange brought about a lot of very eye-opening revelations with his dumps, if you read through them. And then, of course, we just recently had the Epstein file dumps. And there was something there were several things actually that matched up between those two dumps, but one of them actually has a lot of impact on this conversation. The Hillary Clinton email discussing a tomb of Gilgamesh, and one that was discovered supposedly in Iraq, right like at the very beginning of the Iraq War, and that it was a giant that was buried in this tomb. And supposedly it was said it was the tomb of Gilgamesh. Now it's only one email, and it's duplicated between the dump from Julian Assange, and I'm not sure which vault it was that was in, but I think it was Vault 7. But you have the dump of Julian Assange, and then you had the Epstein files that just most recently were released, and the emails in both. And it begs the question. It basically in the email it's describing Gilgamesh as a Nephilim. And I read it, I think, oh Lord, is that again why this suddenly was pushed forward and the Nephilim became a subject matter that was becoming mainstream? Because again, 30 years ago, if you talked about the Nephilim, people would have looked at you like with empty eyes going, what? What is that? I mean, they would not have, in any way, shape, or form, it would not have, unless you were into, like me, you research everything that nobody else ever wants to know, and apparently win every game of Trivial Pursuits because of that. It would have been something that you would have just gotten dead eyes from people. They had no clue what you were talking about. So, again, we had this push in, say, 2008 to 2013, where the Nephilim was suddenly appearing in certain things. You were starting to see little references, and then of course into current times where it's something where if you say it, most people are going to recognize it in some way, shape, or form. They know the word. My question is, how do we explain that? Because yet again, we're going back to something. It's not an erroneous email. It's duplicated between two different top secret file dumps. And yet we don't have an explanation for what that is, why it happened. And apparently there were accounts that, if you go back and look at it, you'll see that there have been different accounts of different Navy SEALs who went public, who were supposedly exposed to this tomb. And that the United States basically took everything from the tomb and, basically took it all and locked it away. And it's so funny because every time I think about it, I think about the show like Warehouse 13, where I'm like, oh my God, was that one of those, soft sell type deals with Hollywood where we really actually have, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Warehouse 13s somewhere in this country with like ancient secrets buried in it? And why, if this is true, why would they want to hide that from us? Or what power are they trying to control that came with that? Because it's something that, again, I'm not going to, the first email I thought, okay, just with the Julian Assange dumps. All right, so maybe it was just maybe it was coded. Maybe it's something she was trying to, just coded language in the email. We're reading it wrong. But to see it duplicated in the Epstein files and understanding what happened on Epstein Island and some of the things that are associated to Epstein Island, And if not even just Epstein Island, Zorro Ranch is probably going to be a much larger problem because it was never investigated for God knows what reason. But again, it kind of swings back to an ancient occult society based off things that we were told were just basically left out of the Bible for no apparent reason. The Nephilim are in the Bible. And we do know that God is referred to as Elohim in the Bible. And Elohim is not a singular word. It's a plural word. So, again, it's very interesting. And even what Scotty mentioned, when God came into the ark and the presence of God was there, it's a female word. It's kind of like, it's like the Latin languages. You can't screw up La and L because they're two different complete meanings. One's female, one is male. The end. You can't make a singular a plural.
See, I like
it's either plural or it's singular.
He's the only one outside of me, Otto, and Bob Dub who actually talk about the masculine and the feminine aspects. Nobody else does.
Yeah.
Well, you have to. You have to, because we have masculine and we have feminine. And why are we why is society on this end run, this dead headlong run to wipe that fact out? Why are they trying to make us forget?
It's a group of people trying to force society that way. That's
correct,
what gets me.
But why?
It's a very small group.
It has to make you question why.
Degeneracy loves company right off the bat. True. I don't know if you've noticed, but people always want everyone around them to share in whatever their behavior is, especially when it's not socially acceptable behavior. I know potheads, and every time they see an old Victorian picture of a pipe, I wonder what they're smoking in that. I heard a story once about Willie Nelson looking at old pictures of cowboys who'd roll their own. I wonder if they got weed rolled up in there. When you're a pothead, you want to see potheads everywhere. They're like 10% of the population, and it's the same thing with homosexuality or with anything that isn't socially acceptable. And for and I think most people are just, hey, I do my thing. I'm not going to bother my neighbors. They just want to get on with their lives. And this one thing that isn't quote unquote normal is just something part of their lives kind of deal. It wasn't advertised. You always have a weird, I always call it the bohemian fringe in any society. And one of my things was, because everything was, everyone wants to be a rebel. Everybody's got to be cool. And everybody's got to be an underachiever. And you'd be told, what if everybody did that? Well, they're not going to, man. Don't worry. Well, now they want everybody to be like that. They want the whole society to be a bunch of slackers and partiers and bohemians. And I'm like, I'm sorry, that doesn't work. As I consider myself to be a true bohemian weirdo, and I need a strong Western society around for me to be an epiphenomenon of. I love saying epiphenomenon. Don't say that too often. But yeah, you can't have a creative fringe unless you have a strong, solid society on which it can grow and prosper, and then you produce your arts and your weird ideas and theories and stuff. If everybody's trying to be weird, I'll tell you something, man. 99% of people can't handle it. They wouldn't be able to sit in this group for a very long. So they'd have to come up with something very establishment, something they read in a magazine, and not think any further than that. And if you dare contradict it, and that's what gets me too. These are people that are supposed to be saying, think for yourself, and then they get this whole set of rebellious ideas, trademark C and circle, right? And then they can't move from them. And that's when the wheat from the chaff are separated. When the push comes to shove. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant, but
I'm with you. I'm laughing. I'm actually laughing because it's funny because I view myself as very bohemian. I've always viewed myself that way. I'm just very eclectic, but in the same respect, that does not denote, to me, it does not denote a lack of intelligence. To me, when you're free, when you're eclectic, when you are outside the box, you should actually be hungering for information. Sorry about that. Guys, here we go again. I'm losing my break times.
I'm whispering to you too.
Always. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the last segment of the Vixen's Vault. Hang in there, guys. Why does my ear feel wet, Roger? Why does my ear feel wet?
You got real
Really?
excited, man. It's like I'm like, break.
I love that, but I love
Break.
I love the fact that he said bohemian. It's just
Yeah.
not too many people use that, and I'm like, that's exactly how people describe me all the time. But it doesn't denote lack of intelligence to me. Like I said, bohemian was always outside the box. You know,
I was getting ready.
hungering.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's not, it's not unintelligent. I mean, most people I've met over the years, I've worked in the arts, I play music, I know a lot of musicians, and it's people that have had very, very often very difficult lives, or they have something inside themselves that really can't click with normal society. Yet they're creative, yet they're intelligent, right? They want to contribute, they want to create, but they can't do it in the straitjacket of normal society. Most people can. That's not the point. For them, that's fine. But there's this whole hero worship of, ooh, the bohemian, the weirdo, that would be so cool. It's not cool, man. It's like, this is the only way we can create. We can't fit in a normal society, but we found a way. We found other people with brains and other people that accept us. And it's really a tough road to be a bohemian, to really be one. You know what I mean?
is.
I think everybody here knows what I mean. Nobody here is quote unquote normal, I don't think.
No.
Well, maybe
it's
Mark.
funny.
No, not
Dave.
Mr. Edward.
Dave Capione is
Everybody, when you hear bohemian, just think about people running around naked in some somewhere.
Rest
All
my
right,
case.
and in the scariest picture of all was when they caught Alex Jones.
Oh God, yeah, I love
and
that.
I was scarred for life.
Oh, I
from
loved
that
it.
just alone.
I
All right,
loved it.
Bohemian Grove. Yeah.
Like he told everybody he's undercover. You know what I mean? I'm undercover. It's like you've just been caught butt naked in the Bohemian Grove and you're undercover.
I'm undercover, right?
I'm undercover. It's for research.
You're not covering nothing.
Oh God.
Uncovered.
It's like he got caught red-handed, butt naked in the Bohemian Grove.
You really need to listen to some of the stuff that me and Roger have been putting out here lately. About everything from octopus stealing clothes to.
That was a nice little jaunt that you put together there, though. I mean, I really didn't realize how good that was until I turned it into that mix that I did.
An octopus clothes?
Yeah,
really?
an octopus steals a girl's clothes, and then the shark eats the octopus.
Mm-hmm. And she goes, "Oh my, what will I do now?"
No, what will I do now? What will I do now?
Wow. I have a friend who's a marine biologist. He'd like to hear about this. I'm going to tell him about it.
And it says,
"Oh yeah, I did a couple about immigration too. Oh yeah, you might want to listen to that one.
I've got to mix that into
it's got to pay to play."
He did one.
I don't know if I really needed to hear that at the end of this entire conversation. Pay to play.
Well,
My ear is still wet.
Censorship was talking about legalized prostitution in a certain state earlier, and they're like, "Oh," him and Barry were going back and forth, and you know how Barry gets, I'm like, "Oh no, I would never do that." Blah blah blah. Roger was there. I was like,
"Yeah." Well, dude said
your countdown.
Dude said it prostitution 8 times in 1 minute.
3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
And we are back after a wild, woolly, and exciting break from the Vixen's Vault. It is 10:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Boy, we are off on our break times. Probably my fault. And my ear is still wet because of Roger heavily whispering for me to go on break before the last break. Thank you very much, Roger. Getting back to the subject at hand, it's like I said, I was just, when he said the word bohemian, it clicked me right away because it's something it's a word I'm very familiar with, and nothing I ever took offensively because I know how I am. And I know that certain things resonate with me, certain things do not. I also have the nickname of AI, so that works for me too because I know I tend to shoot things out that nobody ever thinks of, and I make connections to patterns that most people do not see. And until I point it out...
And you actually made a good song for me, a theme song. Thank you.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It is my
generator.
pleasure.
You can do
It is-
generations too. Thank you.
No problem. I love doing that because when I write songs, I actually write the lyrics, and then I put it through the AI song generator to have it come up with the melody, and I tell it exactly what type of melody I want. So it's like I have something in my head, and the AI just brings it to life as a song, which is awesome. I love that. But that's again an example because I think in lyric, which is crazy. When I say that, people look at me like I have 5 heads. I'm like, no, seriously, I do. If something can be made to rhyme, my brain will do it. And as you're talking a lot of times, my brain is transcribing that into lyric. I don't know why, but that is how that happens. But again, the nickname AI, it's there, it sticks, it sucks sometimes, but I find it funny. Don't know why my brain works the way it does, but it is what it is. And yeah, it is tough because 90% of the time, and I hope my listeners don't take this offensively, but 90% of the time, my brain is thinking, why is this person only thinking in a singular line of thought? When I'm talking to somebody, I'll think, how can somebody only think there's only one path here to this conversation? How can you not go in like 1,000 other pathways? Because there's always 1,000 questions that can be asked that can lead you in a different direction. And that frustrates me, as y'all probably are well aware of. But again, I think that's just part of having a personality that just wants knowledge. That's all I want. That's what I live for, to learn. I want to learn. I don't discredit what other people know, and I don't discredit other people's opinions. It may not match my own, but that is my drive, to learn. That's why we do these shows. That's why I have such a large panel. Why? Because everybody has a different opinion. They're all brilliant, and we all come at it from different angles. We all have walked different walks in life. And it gives our perception a different skew on things. And I find that so interesting. And I learn so much from everybody that I bring on. And I love that. That being said, again, look at what we're facing right now in society. Look at how things are being, the degradation. They say Sodom and Gomorrah. I mentioned that earlier in the show. I actually mentioned Sodom. And I look at current society. I'm like, well, take your pick. If we wanted to do a current, I guess you could say, cross connection between ancient Sodom and Gomorrah and current society, just take your pick as to the cities. That would be Sodom and Gomorrah because it's pretty much all of them. I mean, and I'm not saying immorality isn't always a perception, because it is, because morality is defined differently between cultures, and I accept that as a truth. But there are certain laws that are across all cultures. Okay? It's just certain things that you can't screw with. Nature is one of those things. And I always say, I got scared when I started really noticing that man was trying to play God, or man was trying to be the creator. And I've got to tell you, we're nowhere close to mature enough to take that on. Not even close. And why do I say that? Because look at the disruptions that have been caused. Look at what we've got now. We have little children who play with a Barbie doll, and suddenly they think they're a girl, and they want gender reassignment surgery. Something that's going to completely screw them up for the next, rest of their life. Because you're not meant to be a gender you're not born to. Psychologically, you may fit that gender, but physically, you are never going to fit that gender, no matter what surgery you have done.
Especially
you're
a
going
child
to,
can't make that decision.
It's
impossible.
horrifying. It's horrifying. It's horrifying because you have now condemned a child to a very miserable existence.
Yeah.
A very miserable one. Because what happens if pharma goes bye-bye? What happens if the drugs they're giving these kids to do this reassignment suddenly get pulled off the market? Mm-hmm. What happens to those kids? They are now, and not only that, the actual neurological damage this does is insane. We're seeing the results of that now. We just had another mass shooting here in Rhode Island. That was what? another transgender. There was just one in Canada last week that was a transgender.
So
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the hook though. How does Gilgamesh fit into all
Well,
this?
that's actually my thing is that when you go back and you look at why are they pushing Gilgamesh? Why are they pushing the Nephilim? Why are they pushing these ancient things suddenly that only people like me and you, Roger, and Otto, people like on this panel, were interested enough to go research, look up, become familiar with, question. Now suddenly this is going mainstream. Why are they pushing this? Well, what do these things all correlate to in one thing? It's a moral degradation.
Yeah.
If you look at what the Nephilim, what were they accused of? What were they said to have done? What there was moral degradation in all of it. And we are heading that way again. And I'm not saying, again, as a pagan, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have certain things that you do, that certain things aren't fully natural for the human body. But what I'm saying is that there have to be rules. When you have millions, billions of people stuffed onto a planet, you've got to have societal rules so we don't kill each other.
Yeah.
Literally.
That's very basic to Buddhism. I've talked before about the 5 precepts, which the Buddha would say keep you human, how to be a human being. And it's,
Correct.
you do not kill, you don't steal, you don't lie. Lying, he was really big on. You don't cheat on your spouse, you don't get bloody drunk. And if it's, a friend of mine pointed out, if everybody kept 5 precepts, you wouldn't need police anymore. You really wouldn't, because what would you need? Maybe to direct traffic and stuff like that, and inadvertent accidents. But in a world where no one is murdering each other, no one is lying, no one is stealing, no one is cheating, and nobody's getting drunk, most of our problems would go away. You need basic rules for society to function. We need to be able to live together.
Well, that's why the 10 Commandments. It's funny because, again,
same thing. The same basic rules I think you'll find across cultures where people realize we can't do this to each other. 10 Commandments are central. 5 precepts, I mean, the Confucians have their rules. Everybody has rules that say, if we're going to live together, we have to have certain boundaries, we have to respect things, and we have expectations of how other people are going to behave. This is just logic.
And it's interesting because even like homosexuality, I have no issues with homosexuality at all. I mean, I understand that there's going to be people that go that direction, that to them, that is love. Okay, got that. Most homosexuals, before the advent of the last 2 generations, weren't about throwing that in your face. They just wanted to be left alone. Just let us love the way we want to love. Don't throw stones at us. Let us just be. Just let us be.
Well,
We just want to be recognized as, we are in love. Just leave us alone.
You have to define homosexuality too, because I've brought this up before. If you put $1 billion in front of me and tell me that I need to perform sexual acts with another man for $1 billion, maybe not 1 million, but $1 billion, I would really think about it.
Well, that's not homosexuality.
That's my whole point. Define homosexuality. You know what I mean?
Homosexuality is an actual your body and your soul connect to one of the same sex.
Yeah.
Okay, and you do not attract to the other sex in body and soul. That is homosexuality. And again, it's historically throughout time existed. What is not historically throughout time had existed are people mutilating their bodies to be a different sex.
I'm just saying $2 billion is a lot of money, dude.
But she makes a point. There's a difference between performing an act and being. I mean, I can only try to understand homosexuality through my heterosexual eyes, which is like, you must feel the same way as I do when I see a beautiful woman, when you see somebody of the same sex. And I remember walking down the street with an acquaintance of mine. She was a lesbian, and we were walking down the street, and a cute girl went by. And I just involuntarily, I was in my 20s and unmarried, so I was like, oh, she's cute. And the girl next to me is like, yeah, she's hot. Oh, wait, no, I'm with somebody. I can't look. And it was like a completely, innocent. I mean, it just came out. That was just her feelings about that. And but it's interesting. There's a guy by the name of Dr. Dutton. He does some, and he talks about he's an interesting guy because all of his videos are very reductionist, Darwinian, mechanistic, and they all come down to pointing out God is the answer. It's very interesting because he always uses very reductionist Darwinian arguments, but he says basically that everything religion does for us is from a Darwinian perspective, it's a survival thing. It makes us better people. It brings us closer together. Once in one of his earliest videos, he said something under his breath about fools who don't believe in God. He is actually married. His wife is a Lutheran priest. And they've got kids. So I'm sure he's very traditional, but he always presents it. And he talked about homosexuality, and he said if genetically, if you're still producing homosexuals, you would think, well, from a Darwinian perspective, homosexuality will just die out, right? They're not reproducing. So if it is genetically determined, and I think that's debatable, if it is genetically determined, why would you still have it? You don't have a genotype, you don't have something expressed unless there's a survival trait for it. And his theory was, he called it the rich gay uncle theory. The idea is that you've got another male that stays in the family, you've got an extra caregiver, the resources he creates stay with the family and can be used to support the children and the other people there. And, it's funny because I had a buddy of mine who had a rich gay uncle, and he didn't know him very well, but I went over to his house. He had these beautiful books, these like $100 a volume, custom leather tooled of all the great world's classics. Like, where'd you get those? Oh, my uncle down in New York died, and he left me these books. They shipped up these books to me, as I didn't know him very well, but he was apparently never married, and he just accumulated all these resources. And when he passed on, they went to his nephews and nieces.
Yeah.
So he argues that this is a survival trait in as much as it can help the nuclear family in a certain way.
I've always believed that homosexuality was actually the result. It's a safety issue. That's kind of how I've always looked at it. That generally speaking, people turn to the same sex when they do not trust the opposite sex. It's a safety issue. Where do they feel safe? Like
that's interesting.
Most women who are gay, and I've known quite a few of them, they had an experience in their youth, or something occurred that was very traumatic, that made them not trust men at all in any way, shape, or form. And I've seen the same thing in gay men. Something happened, a mommy issue, something happened in their childhood where they did not trust women. And your mate usually tends to be somebody you feel safe with. And I can say that as a woman with 100% clarity. I would not be with the man I'm with if he did not make me feel safe. I would not be with him.
That's interesting. I had, that makes sense, especially when you look at some of the twin studies they've done, twins separated at birth, where one very often can turn out to be gay and the other one not. So I think the genetic argument alone is very kind of shaky. Most of these things are a lot more complicated too. It's not just a clear-cut thing. And then you've got, of course, like Roger pointed out, you've got the $1 billion sort of a thing. That's not really that attraction.
That's not gay.
Then I think you've also got the just the pure libido. A bunch of, especially back in the old days, when men would go out to work when they were in their teens, 14, 15, 16, you were a man and you were working, and you're out at sea. And, when you're in your teens, you are so full of libido. I'm trying to put this delicately. Anything will start to look good. And I could understand why. But again, it's not the same thing. That's just a question of I didn't mean to bump into you. Oh, wow. Sorry.
There is a difference, too, between bisexuality and homosexuality, and people don't understand that. Bisexuals are usually not somebody that's been traumatized. They're somebody who's extremely horny.
Right.
Freaking homosexuals, I'm telling you, it's almost 100% of the time, if you actually have a long talk with a homosexual, you're going to find some kind of trauma. And it's always going to be related to the sex that they're not attracted to.
Well, see, I think too many people are falling for this DNA genetics thing, because when it comes to what we were talking about earlier with Judaism, okay, when I did my research, the only thing I found out when it came to being Semitic is that it is a language group. Okay, that's it. That's it.
Yep.
There's no genetics involved. Now, tribes within that Semitic language speaking group, that is genetic, but not being a Semitic. It's not genetics.
Language is language is the only way we can really trace ancient migrations and stuff. So if you see suddenly inscriptions in Latin or in this or that language, you know, oh, these people arrived here. So, but it doesn't mean the people that spoke that language were genetically the same. I mean, English is spoken by millions of Hindus, you know, tens of thousands of people in Jamaica, people of West African, East African extraction. The English is all over the place. So if a future archaeologist says, oh, look, they speak English in Jamaica, it must have been settled by Englishmen.
Well, if you applied that to being gay, you see, you would be called stereotyping somebody.
Well, it's interesting because personal thought process, and I've said this, I've actually posted this before online. I'm surprised I didn't get banned. But I always thought that the current push into these agendas, the heavy duty education of our youth into these agendas, which are completely and wholly inappropriate for children, I think it's literally, they're pushing to cull population. They're doing it in so many different ways. I think they're doing it through bioengineering. I think they're doing it through CRISPR. I think they're doing it through basically this push to mutilate. What does that do? It prevents them from reproducing as they get older. I mean, literally, if you have a gay couple, the only way they're reproducing is if one of them has their eggs frozen and is mated with a sperm from somebody else and then reimplanted. That's the only way, and that's only with women. With men, they're going to have to get a surrogate. I mean, they cannot naturally reproduce, is what I'm saying. And the same thing goes with transgenders. I mean, the females who transgender, if they go through the surgery, they're not going to be having a baby anytime soon. And the male, no, that's not going to happen. Not possible. No, I don't care if you try a fake uterus. Good luck with that, because men can't tolerate the pain of labor. That has been proven over and over again. So again, it's one of these things where it's like, have they just raised an entire generation as a suicide cult? Because that's almost what this looks like.
I've said that.
It comes back to what I say.
I didn't disappear like that. I was ranting. I didn't notice I wasn't on.
It comes back to what I was saying, though. It's stupid people. Like, we are built on a society of stupid people now. You know what I mean?
Alexandria Court, good old AOC just made that really obvious over in Munich. Idiot.
Nobody who is supposed to be responsible and do things according to frickin' the way Mark Edworthy would have them do it is actually intelligent enough to do it anymore. They're all stupid people. You know what I mean?
Well, I think they're mentally ill. I think we have a lot of mental illness. I think we have a lot of pharmaceutical related conditions that create mental illness condition. I think we have a lot of things that are occurring within society that are intentional. I don't think this is by accident. You got to be kidding me. No, none of this is by accident. That would be like, oops, we didn't know the mRNA COVID vaccine was going to cause infant death. Yeah, you did. You did the study. It's on paper, you idiots.
Mm-hmm.
There's no accident. This is an intentional push.
And it's a terrible thing, but when a society starts going down, I think there's a certain inertia to it. And people are short-sighted. They don't care. They want the money, and let the next guy handle it. And when you tell a major pharmaceutical manufacturer, we're going to contract you to give millions of shots, there is no oversight. There are no ramifications. If anyone is injured, you can't be sued. And you have, therefore, absolutely no real reason to make a good product. You're going to get paid even if you pull tap water as shots, and I think some of those mRNA shots contain tap water. And those were the lucky people that got those.
Yes, those were the lucky people.
A set of vaccines that were sent to Switzerland, and they began bubbling in the vials. They threw away like tens of millions of doses. And, Pfizer's like, oh, sorry. They just didn't care. And so there is a certain amount of thought, but so much of it is just this blind. It's like you're just giving the boulder a little push.
Well, again, though, I have to point something out, though, and this disturbs people when I say it, but it's true, and you can look it up. They used mRNA technology in 2019, 2020 for these vaccines, okay? In 2016, our intelligence in the United States, CIA, as well as the NSA, declared that CRISPR-based technology, which mRNA is, was what? A weapon of mass destruction.
Yes.
And it should be banned, and I believe it was banned. And then they go ahead and they develop, not even 4 or 5 years later, they develop vaccines for the mass population off the same technology. And that is pre-planned. That is intentional. That is with knowledge.
Well, this goes back even though farther, because like back in the 80s or the 70s, I believe they actually went in front of Congress and swore up and down that they were not doing biological research in the United States.
Yep.
Okay, and everybody just turned a blind eye 20 years later, 30 years later, whenever they started popping up all this biological science that we have now. Do you know we have the deadliest freaking biolab in Wisconsin right now that could literally just kill every single human on the face of this planet? Every creature, actually.
But you see, Roger, that's not germ warfare. That's germ defense. I think that's how they got through that loophole. It's like, oh, well, this isn't for offensive purposes, but this is so we know what they might throw at us, so we have to make the deadliest things we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's also what they said about the, that's the same excuse they were giving for the biolabs, the level 4 gain of function biolabs that were on the Ukrainian border with Russia.
Great place
and they
to
said,
put them.
oh, no, we didn't mean for those were defensive. We weren't trying to antagonize Russia with these. We weren't using Russian genetics in these. What? No, of course they were.
Do you think?
It all comes down to my gun is a good gun. It only kills bad people. Your gun is a bad gun. Good people.
My question though is, do you guys think that they actually built the freaking ape man warrior that they were going to do, where they were going to get an ape pregnant and have soldiers of apes? Do you think
that was the Russians? That was the Russians. Yep.
Do you think they did it?
That was the Russians. Yes. I think the Nazis did it before the Russians did, actually. I think leap spawn is a very good evidence of that, and if you look into that program, it's going to be very discomforting. And I think the United States continued that. I think we are well in depth with that type of research, and we've produced what we would define as super soldiers from that research. I 1,000% believe that. There's no getting around it. But with that, guys, I got to wrap the show. I'm running out of time.
I can't bring up the Tibetans in Berlin. Okay, well, maybe
you
next time.
You can. We can talk about it on the after show.
All those Tibetans they found in Berlin that committed suicide wearing German army uniforms. I think they were Bon priests. That's my theory. Roger and I have talked about the Bon, which is the ancient religion of Tibet from before the Tibetan Buddhism.
You got to come on next week. We're going to talk about that. All right, guys, with that, I am closing out this show. Join us next week for the Vixen's Vault. We're going to have Otto back on. We're going to continue this discussion. I hope y'all found it interesting. I found it fun and interesting to do it. With that, have a great night. We'll talk to y'all next week.
All right. We got about 5 minutes on this call. From what I'm gathering, you want to do a after show?
Oh, absolutely. This was a great topic, a great conversation. I see now Otto adds another aspect to things, which I love.
I got a lot of weird ideas.
But we all do. That's what makes us a great combination. We're all kind of like follow that rabbit hole. Wow, where am I going now?
Christians, pagans. We got Mark Edworthy, who's a Zoroastrian. He won't admit it. He looks like a fire priest, though. I mean, come on, Mark. You look like a fire priest. You got the hair. You got the beard.
We call his religion bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy. Bureaucracy. Yeah.
I think there actually was a religion called bureaucracy at one time. Isn't that supposed to be like a Greek name?
Sounds like a Greek god, doesn't it? But you've got to sign the user agreement though in order to join the
Yeah, don't
Bureaucracy.
forget to check the terms of services and all the legalese. Run it by Mark first. He's good at that.
It would.
And make sure you check every word of that terms for like triple meanings.
Yeah.
Because
generally speaking, make sure you get, folks, make sure you get your magnifiers out for the fine print.
Eternal damnation when? Oh my goodness. I wasn't supposed to do that. Wait.
And whatever you do not let Roger whisper in your ear.
I think he gave you a psychic wet willy. You know, just kind of licked
He did. I could feel it. I was like, ew.
He has that psychic power. Many people don't realize that Roger has amazing CT or miraculous powers, but they're limited to wet willies through the internet, unfortunately. So.
Nice. Oh God, it has really been a hell of a week, though. I mean, I didn't even see. I was a good girl, Mark. I didn't talk about like the halftime show at the Super Bowl.
Don't worry. Other shows did that for you.
I figured
censorship has done that for like since it ended. It was like, thank God we broadcasted during that. Him and I.
Oh,
nice.
It was me, him, and Willie. By the way, for an hour, we just did a special. You know, just to break it up, and so we wouldn't have to listen to that garbage. And because we knew it was going to be garbage.
Your own halftime show.
I was going to say, I didn't watch either one because I gave up the NFL when they started taking a knee. I was like, yep, nope, not going to mix politics with my pleasure because I really enjoy football. And yep, nope, I'm done. I'm out. And then, of course, TPUSA, I think, is a big joke anyway. And I think, she's not a good person. So I wasn't about to tune that in.
Well,
so I'm like,
the next time we have Brent on, don't say that.
I understand that, but it doesn't change my opinion in any way, shape, or form.
And to be honest, I think Brent and Otto would actually get along with one another.
Oh yeah, I like Brent. I like Brent. He's a very intelligent man.
He's sending me a signed copy of his book. But you didn't.
Nice.
You didn't take and email him.
I didn't. But he gave me his email address.
I did.
No, you didn't. You said message him, and so I messaged him, and he never saw my message.
Okay. Well, I'll get you that. Okay.
Thank you.
When I go back into my emails in the Gmail side, because I don't check there all the time. Once a week.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was like, okay, messaged him.
Yeah,
nothing.
I will. I will get that to him. We are going to say we did say goodbye already to D Live and the radio stations. Since we're going to be going into, since we're going to be going into after show mode, I'm going to disconnect us from a couple other platforms as well. Hold on. I'll tell you who they are, and so we can say goodbye to them and good night. Let me bring them up.
See, this is where I get all the good stuff because he starts cutting off these channels.
First one's going to be Nemo TV.
Nemo as in Finding Nemo, or Nemo as in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea?
TV.
Same,
yeah, they're an Asian group.
It's for
platform.
It's for the little Chinese kids.
Just
Telegram. I already killed Telegram. Facebook. Good night, Facebook. Larry's been over there. Larry, you can check those other links, and we'll still be there. We
gotta put Larry in our main chat. We should put Larry in our team's chat. I love Larry.
Do you know how many times you said that?
Okay.
Good night. Do. I know.
You said that like 50 times.
Larry, actually, did I tell you guys what Larry did?
Yeah,
Larry was a television cameraman for a major outlet for many, many, many years. So when I talked to Larry, like when I talked to him about conspiracy theories and everything.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get right on to the show like I've been doing. Oh, excuse me. And I will go
for a little bit more. once I get the call back up and rolling again. For our after show, normally sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, but tonight we are going to do after show. Hi, Otto. Welcome back.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah,
Hooray.
let me get Nance and Roger and Mark and Raph and David back in the group again.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okie dokie.
Hey, my camera's working.
And you guys, I'm gonna mute out, and you guys just go for it. I am going to edit while you guys work on after show. I might pop in here and there, in between, but
AM doctor appointment, but I will.
I am not gonna stay on too long because I have an 8 a.m. doctor.
I had posted a video earlier today on Facebook about 9/11, and it was basically an explanation video, kind of saying how planes could never have hit the towers because of the way this video synced and the timing of the video. And it was basically saying that the plane in the video was an artifact because it didn't sync with the timing of the video. I had to agree with that when I watched the video. And then I put it up, but I put it as a supposition because I had a cousin that was on the ground. He was a courier for Building 2. And he said he saw the planes hit the building. Larry, the guy we were just talking about, was also there within sight of the building. He swears he saw a plane hit the building, and he felt it. Because again, an impact that large, if you're standing close to the buildings, it's going to go right through your everything in your body. It's going to be basically an acoustical wave going through your body. So I found it really, really interesting that Phil Schneider, one of my people on my Facebook, just responded, and we both know John D'Souza. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of John, but John was an FBI agent for 25 years. He has actually been featured on multiple shows because he tends to speak of things he should not have, that he witnessed within the FBI and things he experienced. One of the things John had said was that, because when I posted this video, I put a little subtext underneath, and I said, the one thing I always bothered me about this was not that people didn't see it, but I believe at that point in time we had the technology to do a hologram that would have absolutely looked real to the people on the ground. And the other thing that bothered me about 9/11 was that you don't hear any accounts of those jets coming in. Let me tell you something. I lived in New York, and I've been to New York City many times. And the one thing I can tell you is that acoustically speaking, if there was a 737, a 727, a 747 coming in low level into that city, it's going to make the whole damn city shake because of the way that the acoustics are. You would have heard that sucker coming long before it hit the building. And it's just the way the acoustics are. It's right on the water. There would have been no missing these jets coming in. And I've said it, I've looked at all these films, I've listened, and I can't hear the jet. What was very interesting about what Phil posted was that John had said that not only did we have the technology in 2001 to do the hologram, that was absolutely there, and it would look as solid and as real as the table you put your feet on, but we also had the technology to acoustically mimic, which I was not aware of. I didn't know we had that back then. And so I found that interesting because I thought, they really could have pulled that off. That could have been a hologram. If what John is saying is correct, that is very possible. And I know that there was definitely things planted within the buildings that caused more of a colossal explosion than it would have been just from the jet. Even with jet fuel going down the elevator shafts.
The charges detonating, under each floor in sequence. Pum, 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 pum. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt with that, but I just found it. I just read the comment. I was like, okay, I knew that they could do I knew that holographic technology had been around since the 1940s and that it was incredibly advanced by 2001.
No,
was not aware.
Wasn't John D'Souza? So was he the guy that they used to call the real X-Files guy? The one that I think he even had he did one of the Ancient Alien shows, I believe, didn't he?
Yes, that's John.
Yeah.
Yes, and I should get him on here because I do talk to him every here and there. And I talked to Brad Olson also, who's another. He's when it came to Ancient Aliens and it came to ancient history, he's a go-to person.
Mm-hmm. Well, see if you if you get those guys on here, I mean, you're really going to want to start hitting them with like parapsychology, because if you listen to that show, I know a lot of people have a problem with Ancient Aliens, but they cherry pick at freaking parapsychology like you wouldn't believe. Like they know what they're talking about, but they don't put it out there.
Well, I think again, Ancient Aliens, and there's two things I have issue with because there are agendas behind them. It's the money that finances them that bothers me.
Goya.
Yes.
Yep.
And I mean, Ancient Aliens, the History Channel itself. There's a lot there that's financed by groups that have a very targeted, let's just say, want to educate in a certain way. They want a certain, I guess you could say, yeah, they want a following that allows for a certain historical timeline, or they want people to question everything. They want to muddle things. Gaia is the same way. Gaia is owned by the same people.
Yep.
And it's one of the reasons Jack had big problems with Gaia, Jack Harry. And trust me, he's right. In fact, I went to, oh God, what's his name? Billy, oh God, what's his last name? He's
Carson.
Billy
Carson. Billy Carson. In fact, Mark, you were on the phone with me when I was at his thing.
Yeah, and I always considered Billy the token black guy.
Yeah.
He's brilliant. Brilliant.
He is. He's
Billy
great.
Is brilliant. He is brilliant. But
all the stuff that him and his wife talk about with the rainbows and, you know.
No, this is what gets interesting.
Unicorn farts and crap. I'm sorry. I don't go for that.
It gets interesting, though, Mark. Billy, about 8 months ago, Billy divorced his wife. And there was no given reason. And believe me, I just was there like a year ago and saw him and his wife, and they looked like they were deeply in love. And then all of a sudden, he divorced her. And if you follow his Facebook, since then, he's gone totally polar opposite. So she was like she was his controller. And I'm like, ooh, that's interesting, because he's gone very different with, I mean, he still talks about Toth and everything else, but he's got a very different message in what he's saying.
David Hancock does the same things. Him and his wife ended up getting a divorce, and it's the same exact thing. And I think it was I think it was the other way around. I think she just kind of got tired of him because he was like speaking a lot of crazy shit. He actually wanted people to believe that he was in a freaking silo, an airplane silo, and that he was taking all the money that was being invested into him, and he was aiming it towards setting up this network, and they had an airplane freaking silo and stuff. And you could clearly see that he had a green screen behind him. You know, he literally got on the internet and did this.
The biggest thing I didn't like about Wilcock.
Yeah, okay. Wilcock.
David Wilcock.
Wilcox. Is
yeah, right. Okay. I'll let you and Sonia argue about that. All right. Anyways, is him continually and always saying that he is the reincarnation of Edgar Casey. I'm sorry. You know, okay, so what's he trying to do? One up the Dalai Lama? Okay,
my personal opinion on Edgar Casey, and you know that there's something I've studied him very much in depth, because I feel akin to him in many ways. I can almost feel his pain in many ways because of what he did, what he was capable of doing, and the time period we're talking about. I think Edgar Casey was kind of like me. I think for some reason, our brains receive frequency differently. We're tuned in differently. And because of that, we see things differently. We are given information that I always tell people, I don't know why I know what I know. I have no freaking clue why suddenly information appears in my head And it's not something that's been regenerated from something I've looked at. It's not something I slept through. It just appears, and it's information I should not have. Okay, I've got no experience in that field, no reason to have this information, yet it's there. I think it's, again, I truly do believe that everything is connected, everything is energy, and that everything is frequency. And that some of us tune in differently to the frequencies, whether it's our genetics. I honestly believe there is a genetic connection to that. I think your DNA is formed, and we all receive things differently. But I can tell you, your DNA is built like a semiconductor. It's like a miniature superconductor, and it's almost like an antenna. It sends and receives. It sends and receives. And I think you're capable of tuning in on different frequencies. I've always told people when I'm having a prophetic moment, when I have a prophetic dream, I'm surfing the grid. I've said that for decades. Have I not, Mark? Always say that. I'm surfing the grid.
You sure have.
I mean,
that reminds me of
then light bulbs explode.
Yep.
That reminds me of
knocked off
something
the
that
air.
there was a guy by the name of Sir Fred Hoyle, the astronomer. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. Interesting guy. Had some very interesting astronomical theories, but he wrote a book called The Intelligent Universe with a buddy of his, Chandra Wickramasinghe, and he talked about how, he's a panspermia guy. Basically, life is ubiquitous throughout the universe, and he thinks the planet was seeded with life, but his idea was that we are reprogrammed intermittently by this giant project, whatever it is, of continuing life, by viruses. So that, and he says a virus is small enough that it can enter the atmosphere from outer space, not be burned up, settle down. People get viruses, they get sick, some people die, but it also reprograms their DNA for the next step in a planned evolution. And this theory goes with the idea that all the so-called junk DNA are simply things that we're coded for, but that we don't need yet. So this is kind of an idea of like evolution has some sort of a plan behind it, but it's done in this huge cosmic, very slow motion kind of a thing. So you're talking about the DNA being an electronic.
Jack Carey has that same, as a very similar theory. Instead of using viruses, it's a type of radiation that emulates from the center of our galaxy and universe. Right. All right.
I think it'd be multiple things, really.
That we're bombarded with it when we come above and go way below in the Kali Yugas.
I think it's actually more simple than that. I think that solar radiation plays a part. Yep. I really do, because of how we react to EMF, how we react to ELF, and how that actually changes us, and the way frequency changes us. I mean, I've always told people that one of the earliest investigations I ever did into the paranormal and ghost hunting, one of my earliest theories was to take solfeggio frequencies on a paranormal investigation and see if you could get a reaction. Why? Because certain solfeggio frequencies can actually reprogram your DNA. That's a proven fact. Well, if that's true, let's go to the afterlife and see if these frequencies can penetrate what I would consider to be a form of energy. Let's see if we can get a reaction. And believe it or not, it was a highly successful experiment. So literally, we would get ridiculous EVPs, we would get ridiculous reactions because when we were using the solfeggios. Now, again, could that have been psychosomatic? Could it have been something that was generated because of like an eggshell experiment, or an egg drop experiment, the whole collective consciousness type deal? Possibly. But it did create a reaction. And again, you've got look at the Schumann resonance right now.
Yeah.
Just take a look at the Schumann resonance. It is off the charts right now. Off the charts. What causes the Schumann resonance to do what it's doing? Is it a collective energy from everybody's consciousness on the planet? Or is it an intrusive energy?
Well, I've already told you my whole take on it. I think you gave me, a week to talk about that stuff. And I still wasn't even able to finish it because when I started talking about CERN, that's whenever we had to stop on it. But there's a whole lot of stuff going on. Everybody keeps talking about God, all right? It's not very complicated at all. If you take a look at the way they're doing the research with CERN and what their motives are behind that. And it's all about our consciousness. They're wanting
Well, and you've got to take a look at the with CERN. We're dealing with dimensions. I mean, and that's a proven fact. We know that that's what their end game is. They're trying to, and I do believe the story that, historically speaking, that they fired up CERN and they ripped into another dimension and caused a lot of problems. I don't disbelieve that, but I believe that is possible.
The deal is, though, see, they literally want to recreate a black hole.
Yes.
Okay, so
on this planet.
Right. And what they want to do is they want to take this little bitty black hole and they want to create a galaxy and set it right in that black hole. And then they want to transfer our consciousness, each and every one of our consciousnesses, into this galaxy. Okay. And it's going to have a computer system that is so advanced that it's able to take care of entropy and decay and all of that, and make sure that the universe stays freaking going. You know what I mean? And
that's interesting, because if you look at what if you took the mRNA COVID shots, if you look at what's actually involved in the production of those shots, what's in those vaccines, quote unquote, or now they're calling them therapies, because they're not clinically vaccines. They're not even close to a vaccine. Which is why I never understood how they got called a vaccine, because they were never actually a vaccine. If you look at what's in them, you actually have all of the things you would need to create a biokinetic bridge, a technology within your anatomy that would allow for instructions to be input into you. And I don't understand why people don't want to listen to that. It's like, that's not me whistling Dixie. I'm not making that up. Go look at the ingredients. If you're into technology, you're going to recognize a lot of things in these ingredients and go, well, why would I need a bioluminescent? What? Why would I need some of these things? Why would there be graphene? What? I mean, literally, there are things in these vaccines where if you put them all together again, why would there be nanotechnology? Why are these little after effects occurring? Why are they causing blood clots? Why is this happening?
Mm-hmm.
Again, if you put these together in synchronicity with your DNA, with your genetic code, which is more than just a genetic code, it is more than that. It's a communicator. It's a means of communication. Why do you think I always say people are telepathic? It is something that we are born with. It is something that is genetically in there. It is written into us. We are naturally telepathic. Something shut that down. Some of us are still telepathic. It exists through the ability to be empathic. That's partially telepathy. Okay, but some of us are more fully telepathic. When I say I can hear my husband's thinking and I will tell him to shut up when he's not saying a word, literally across the house, say, Rafi, knock it off. And he'll start laughing because I can hear him thinking, and usually it's really perverted. I'm like, stop that. But you can actually, it's not like you're hearing the words exactly, but you're getting this image in your head and you know what that person's thinking. It's and with empathy, you can tell the moods. Like I said, when I go into a crowded room, I can literally, it's one of the reasons I hate being in crowds. I can go into a crowded room and I can tell you every single person in that room that is pissed off immediately, because I can feel them a mile away, one. And because two, when I look at them, it's like the energy around their body shakes. It's this weird little, it's almost like a road illusion when you are driving on a hot road and you've got the illusion of heat running across the pavement. You can see it at a distance. It's like a mirage.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same type of deal. When I look at angry people, if I'm in a room, it's like this weird, I don't know, ripple around them. And it's always anger. And I'm like, ugh. I hate that. So I don't want to be near it. So I will try to get myself away from it.
That's why I wish we could have done more of a conversation on the Ark tonight, because that right there is exactly what you're talking about. Like when it comes to mana, even people who are religious don't really realize there were four things that were in the Ark. Okay.
Yep.
There was 2 tablets, there was frickin' cane, Aaron's cane, and then there was a machine that frickin' was supposed to create manna.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And nobody even realizes that. You ask the average person who's supposedly a Christian what was in the ark, and most of them will tell you about the ark, but they don't know what was inside of it.
Oh, they say the Ten Commandments.
There were also scrolls put in there
thing.
too.
Yep. It was the Ten Commandments. No, that was just one thing that was in the ark.
Well, they were tablets. They were tablets because Moses.
There were tablets. But, one thing that we didn't ask Scotty when he was on is the difference between the Ark of the Covenant and the Egyptian arks, because all the pharaohs each had an Ark of the Contract, which looks very similar to the Ark of the Covenant.
It all goes back to what I was saying, though, with the Egyptians. That there's a first of all, you're not going to change my mind on the fact that Moses was nothing but a version of freaking Sargon the Great. Period. That's just point blank. It's if you put the stories side by side, that's exactly what Moses was. He didn't exist. He was actually Sargon the Great. His story, and they've done this throughout history. Like if you look at Genghis Khan, okay, Genghis Khan was supposed to be buried under a stream, and his location is not known to anybody. How many people have you heard that happening to? Okay, Vlad Dracul, they did the same thing with him. People don't know where he's buried.
The other thing too, you had asked me about Gilgamesh, and one of the things, yes, the moral decay, but also with Gilgamesh, it destroys religion. If that's true, and they found the sarcophagi of Gilgamesh, and there was a giant within that sarcophagi, and it is proven, okay, this was a Nephilim. This was a half man, half foreign, alien creature, whatever. Okay, well, or according to the Christians and the Jews, angel, half man. If that is true, that destroys the whole narrative, basically, of Christianity, of all of them, because then the questions have to open up. Well, what was the angel half? Can we do DNA testing on that? What? I mean, it destroys world religion in a big way. And the only ones that are not affected really are the Buddhists, and the Hindus.
Well,
but
they're affected too, because they've got stories of giants as well. So it's all over the place. And,
but I think the Buddhists are a little bit more open-minded. Just putting it out there.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Otto's the nicest Buddhist I've ever met in my life, dude. Seriously, he is.
Nice.
Like
Don't go by those guys I hang out with. They're all kind of fashion. They're good guys, though.
Well, they're good
the whole
guys.
Thing is,
we got some mind-body guys there too.
Yeah, like they don't tell you what you want to hear.
They don't know.
Well, why would they? That's got nothing to do with them being Buddhist.
Yes, it does. Trust me, it really does. Trust me. Like,
well, the first thing they tell you in Buddhism is you're going to age, you're going to get ill, and you're going to die. And it goes from there. So a lot of people don't like to hear that.
Yeah.
Even though it's true.
Universal truths.
Yeah.
You can actually escape the aging part if you die soon enough. That's the only way out of that.
That's funny though. You just said that, and that's funny because you're right. If I think about like the other major religions, they always give you that bait of the afterlife. Oh, you're gonna age, you're gonna die, but you're gonna live forever. But we're gonna have control of that, because if you don't do what we tell you, you're going to go to the bad place forever.
Yep.
Oh, that was the other conversation that, Roger, I think you were involved in, which was my Vicky. Vicky lost it. Because I had theorized, and again, this is me thinking, going, well, what if they who wrote the Bibles decided to flip the script, and Lucifer was actually the benevolent one, and Yahweh, he who cannot be named, was actually the bad guy. Because here's the thing, everything they teach us about demonology and everything else, one of the points I made was that, Yahweh literally means he who cannot be named. there's this thing in demonology and in when you do an exorcism that if you can name the demon, you get control of the demon. You have power over the demon. You can dispel the demon. Well, why wouldn't God want his name known?
That goes back to the ancient Egyptians. You know, the
Oh
Egyptian
yeah, and
priests
then
could compel
and
their
then
god.
you take that another step. Tiamat is also supposed to be the entity that can never be exorcised.
Yep. I mean, literally, I was poor Vicky. I felt so bad. Mark, you had to know how bad that was going for Vicky.
I stayed out of it because I really like everybody, and I don't want people. I have enough.
It's not about liking. It's not about liking somebody. It's about.
I have enough going on, Nancy.
I
think Vicky
out.
thinks I'm trying to be personal. I'm like, it's not personal. It's a theoretical.
I
Because
stayed
man,
out
that
of
would
it.
suck.
I don't want her to take things personal when I bring stuff up like that.
Well, my God! See, I can't live like that. If I've got a theory, I'm going to talk about the theory. I don't mean it personally.
We are afraid of women,
there
dude.
will always
You need
be
to understand
a proper
that.
time and place for
Oh
everything.
Lord! And where is more proper and time and place than my own chat room to my own podcast?
There's a place where women can talk to one another like that, but there's a place where men need to just shut their mouth and keep their freaking faces quiet.
And it wasn't.
And that was one of them. Like, I shut up, too. When you two started having your conversation, I knew. Because I love Vicky to death, and I
Claws
knew.
out.
It's time. Shut up, Roger. Don't say nothing.
It was funny because, like I said to her, if you look biblically, if you look in the Bible, there's a lot of evidence that kind of points in that direction.
Yeah.
Like, y'all have been victims of a bait and switch in a bad way. I mean,
she didn't like the fact also that one day, you know, I think I brought up something, or something was brought up about the bright one, okay?
Shiny one.
And Lucifer and Satan, okay, has been called that, the North Star. But Christ has also been called that as well.
Oh, there were so many things I talked about that, and I also made the point that God appeared as if you look at the descriptions of God in the Old Testament, he's a burning bush, he's fire, he's a half fire, half metallic, he's a burning bush, and and a grumpy old man. So those are the three descriptions of Christ.
No, who does that remind you of when you think of Greek mythology?
I get it. I understand
Zeus.
That.
All right, because how many different forms did he take to seduce the women that he wanted to be with?
I know, but you saw Vicky's rebuttal, which was, well, fire is purification.
I'm not going to go there.
Well, that led me. That led into what I've been talking about, though, about fire. Okay, like when it comes to freaking that, then you step into the freaking primordial areas, and I mean, even what everybody calls paganism today isn't what I'm talking. I'm talking about like primordial, like what fire actually represents. You know, you had the north
wind. What did I say to her?
Purification.
She said, fire is purification. I said, well, then why did we put bad people in hell?
Right.
Why did we put bad people through the purification process?
Right.
And then on top of that,
right.
Well, but there's no getting out of hell, though. That's kind of again, a bait and switch. Hello.
Well, see,
on top of that,
well,
my other thing was
we've even talked about that too, haven't we? Purgatory.
Well, I also had talked about the fact that Lucifer is the shining star, the light. You know, these are all the translations of his name, and yet Christ said repeatedly, "I am the light of the world." And I said, now, wouldn't that just be a humdinger? I said, and then the Jews never accepted Christ as the Messiah. Do you ever question why? I said,
actually, I knew why that is.
Well, my question is what if Christ was actually the son of Lucifer, not Yahweh? And basically, you know, that's why he was the light of the world, whereas Lucifer was the bright, shining light.
Okay. No. It goes back to Egyptian, because you have the 12 hours of the day that the Prince of Light rules. And then you have the 12 hours of the day, of the night, I should say, that the Prince of Darkness rules.
Yep.
Okay, and that's the reason why they're called hours, because hours derives from the name of the god Horus.
Horus. Yep.
And
that I do.
And when it comes to why they didn't accept Jesus, it's the fact that Joseph, okay, if you read the Bible, it says that Jesus or Mary had a baby that wasn't fathered by a human, okay? So the Jews, they don't believe that. They believe that the Messiah is supposed to be maternally born from a man. And now if he was born from Joseph, then he would have lineage to the family of David. But since they stated that he wasn't actually born from Joseph, then he was illegitimate.
Well, again, but you also not born of man.
Right.
So you have to again think, okay, well, if he was not born of man and he was God coming into Mary, and what if he was a Nephilim?
This does not apply according to the Jewish laws, man. You need to stick it in there, and you need to get the job done.
Oh God,
that's how they believe, man.
Roger.
I'm just saying it's that. I mean, I know I have to keep. But that's how they think. Like
no, you're right. You're right.
Invisible,
they are very much on the bloodlines. Yep.
You know what I mean. An invisible freaking deity, be it God, be it anything else, impregnates a woman. That does not count.
No, that would have constituted Nephilim to them.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's what you're saying. What again? That was my point with Vicky saying, dude, there's so many things in the Bible that if I was to compare Old Testament to New Testament and look across the board, again, they could have very easily done a bait and switch. I mean, because there's a lot of Moloch influence in the Old Testament, or, Roger and I will disagree on this, but it goes back to basically the Canaanite influence. And it crosses over. Like, you can see a huge distinction between Old Testament previous to Solomon and Old Testament post-Solomon. Post-Solomon, it gets really dark. Like, really freaking dark. Like, ew. Like, holy crap. Like, Jesus was not about that shit. I can tell you that. I mean, Deuteronomy and, oh, Lord. Read Deuteronomy. It's like, wow. That is a sadomasochist. Freaking,
Oh,
horrible.
If you think that's bad, read the book of Jasher.
I know.
Well, see, the only reason why I disagree with the whole thing about Moloch is that I know where that story originates from, and it originates from the same stories that made hell. Okay, the story about hell. It's the Valley of Hanan. Okay, now they made claims that this Tophet was supposed to be there, and the Canaanites were sacrificing their babies to this deity. And the thing of it is that there is no evidence to this day that there was a Tophet there, and the locations that they give for the location of this Tophet shows no evidence, or it's been discredited because the locations would have been within the walls of Jerusalem, and Jerusalem would have never allowed anything like that to take place within its walls. Okay, so what happened, and what I've seen in a lot of the people who supposedly do this research, is they start out with their arguments about the Levant, saying that it took place there, but since the evidence is so sketchy, they always bounce back to Carthage, which has absolutely nothing to do with the Jewish religion. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Levant. And they always say, well, it happened here at the Levant, or at a freaking Carthage. Well, what does that have to do with Jews, and what does that have to do with the Levant?
Okay. Hold on. So let me read this to you. Evidence suggests that child sacrifice occurred in ancient Israel and Judah, particularly during periods of crisis under foreign influence, often linked to the term Moloch. While the Hebrew Bible frequently condemns the practice, it mentions child sacrifices to foreign deities and, controversially, to Yahweh, particularly in the form of firstborn offerings. which some argue was later replaced by substitutionary animal sacrifice. Now you forget that is true. God called for the sacrifice of the Egyptians' firstborn sons when Moses was, during the book of Exodus. That is a sacrifice as a pagan. That's a blood sacrifice.
Well, yeah, whatever opened the womb belonged to Jehovah. The first fruits, the firstborn calf, the firstborn human. But of course, from an evolutionary standpoint, that is not a survival trait when you're killing off your children like that. So I've heard the argument that circumcision was the replacement ceremony. You're just cutting off some.
That's weird because I just saw an article where I think it was one of the Scandinavian countries just like banned the Semitic practice of where they would circumcise and then suck the blood
Oh
out of
yeah.
a child's penis.
A lot of kids get diseases that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
more foreskin. I must have more foreskin.
The Jewish priest would literally bite the foreskin off of it with his teeth.
Yep. That's a traditional way.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's a hell of a religion, I tell you.
But again, that's blood sacrifice. That's partially cannibalism. I can put so many occult practices to that. It's not funny. That's kind of the beauty of being what I am. I am very familiar with the occult. It's like, holy shit, I see so much of it in the Bible. And I'm like, I don't understand how they're not seeing this. They rail against it, but they practice it in their own Bible. And it's really obvious.
Words are good. Words are good. Don't get me wrong, okay? But it annoys Christians when I say this. But don't take everything in that book to heart, okay? Just because it says it in the Bible doesn't. I love archaeology, and most people who are into conspiracy hate it. I mean, I have no problem with actual archaeology, okay? I'm okay with people who are fringe. But I'm also okay with people who are actual archaeologists who go out and do the research. You know what I'm saying? Because they're actually, this stuff is written in stone. Okay, you can argue all you want. But
that's a good point. When you look at the actual remains written in stone, there's a guy that has a great. If you're into Egyptology, there's a guy that has a great YouTube channel called History for Granite, and I would check it out because his whole thing is. It's written in stone. He doesn't read the text or anything. He's like an architect kind of a guy, and he just looks at the buildings and gets some really cool ideas from that. But you're right, Roger. It's all there in plain sight. It's literally written in stone.
It's interesting because Professor Scotty, when Scotty was talking about John Ward, John is you guys might not be familiar with John, but
of the show.
John is. He was an archaeologist. His wife, Maria, is a very well-known archaeologist, very well-known. And they actually made quite a discovery in Luxor a few years back that was actually featured in National Geographic. They found some tombs in Luxor. And that was one of the reasons Scotty was over there. But John was always, very British, but he was always a person who is kind of like with me and Scotty, where you can examine it, you can look at it, but you have to put things in perspective. And it has to relate to everything in its surroundings when you're actually doing things. I think where's Gebel El Sisala was the discovery they made over there in Luxor. John just passed away within the last year from cancer.
Two almost.
That's why Scotty was choking up a little bit when he was talking because they were best friends. Yeah. And Scotty actually was going through this whole thing that took his leg from him when John died. So it hit him really hard at the worst time. And literally, I can't even believe he was able to talk about John on the air because every time I talk to him personally, and we talk almost every day, he chokes up and he starts crying because it was just the worst time he could have lost him. It was very traumatic. And those two were like brothers from another mother. Those two, you want to talk about hysterical. Some of the pictures that came out of Egypt with those two, they look like literally Indiana Jones and his father.
If you really want to hear some good stuff that Scotty and John did, look up Exodus Reality on Cafe Enigma I actually, with Nancy, because Nancy was a core member of the group always, especially then, and we broadcasted them from Egypt
Oh
as they
God,
did
that
the
was so
Exodus
funny.
reality and the
Yep.
Paradigm Symposium.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was actually John using the Pringles container that he actually made because they were when John would go and Maria would go to Egypt, they would actually live on a barge on the Nile. And when they would go back and forth between their boat and the thing. Well, John always had really crappy Wi-Fi reception out there. Like he had no pretty much it was horrible. And so I was telling him, okay, dude, do you have a Pringles can? Yeah. Okay, well, do you have a Cat 5? Yeah. Okay, baby, we are going to make a relay. We're going to strengthen your signal. And by God, Mark will absolutely attest to this, it worked. It strengthened his signal.
It sounded,
and John was like, that was bloody genius.
It sounded better than a satellite telephone at the time.
It did. It was hysterical. And basically, he and Maria used that for like 4 or 5 years on that boat. It was just Pringle can, a Cat 5, some aluminum foil, and bammo, you're in business. But it was a really great and interesting thing. And that was actually before they started hitting the underwater, where they found the sarcophagi underwater at Gebel Sisla. That was right before that happened. But like I said, I wish John was still alive because he would have loved the conversation tonight. He was actually a member of the Esoteric Brotherhood of Luxor.
He was part of the Knights Templars.
Yep. So he was. I love John. John and I he used to call his Maria is a witch also. His wife, she's a witch, and I love Maria, but.
Maybe, I don't know, reach out to Graham before he passes away.
I could do that. And actually, I can reach out to
Graham
Maria.
Hancock before he passes away, too. Graham's a great guy. I've talked to Robert Bivall recently, and he's not doing anything, and he's not doing any interviews at this time. I guess the people over in Egypt have kind of burnt him out. So... I can relate to that, with all the stuff that, he was put through with Graham, especially him personally, because, he was specifically attacked by Hawis.
Well, I know Graham's personal assistant, so I know her personally. I met and hung out with her for an entire weekend. And I've got his contact info. I actually have his CE5. So I've got all the channels to get to him if I want to get him on the show, which shouldn't be an issue. And I've also got Brad Olson, who's, like I said, he's a good friend. I actually hung out with him at the Full Disclosure Now. He was awesome. And he's another one. He's very, very well educated, and he's got the background into this stuff.
Yeah.
These would be, and I think Brad would actually love being on here too. He's really funny, very, very cool.
Yeah, I think we've had Brad on before, you and me, years ago.
That was funny because when we met, we both felt like we had talked before, but we couldn't place it. It was so funny because he was like,
I'm pretty sure that you had him as a guest. Years and years ago.
Out. Yeah.
Yeah, when you and I first started doing shows together, and you were like, "This is the way I'd like to do the show," and then I'm like, "Okay."
I was like, "Oh my God, that is Nancy."
Oh yeah.
Back when
the interviews that Nancy has done in the past are
she was so excited and looking forward to the future. She's
sparkly. Okay. She
isn't that funny? Because it's. It's weird because the fields have changed so much over the 20 years. There's been a dynamic change. Like the young newcomers that are coming in, very different than the OGs, very different. And it's hard because the OGs have become jaded. You talk to some of these people, and some of them, like a lot of them are gone. A lot of them have passed away. They've moved on, or they've become highly political. So it is hard to do, just an enjoyable I would love to have Peter Robbins on. Peter's an old friend, but I can't because of the politics right now. I cannot. He is, he is firmly entrenched.
And Peter knows that the shows that are attached to me are heavily conservative politically.
Oh, he does. And, I can have Don on again.
But I have no problem with Peter. I really like Peter.
I do too.
Yeah. I really like him. And he has a lot to bring. All right?
I think I hate the fact that because we don't see the same politically, that somehow would influence my friendship with you. It would not.
Yeah.
It would not. I don't give a shit if you're a Democrat. I don't care.
I don't care if he's liberal or conservative.
That's why I'm so cool.
It's your show, I'm going to air it because it's good. It's great content.
You guys don't hear the coolness that's just seething off of me. I'm like the coolest dude on the face of the planet. When
you are just so full of shit, Roger.
I have absolutely.
Your eyes are brown.
I have absolutely no problems whatsoever.
Brown.
Whatever, dude, ever, nobody. I mean, everybody freaking comes to me. They like me for a while, and then they say just horrible shit to me, and it's all cool because you know why? Freaking, I'm okay with it, and they're okay with it. They get to vent, they get to say what's on their mind, and then 4 months later, they come back to me and they're like, you know what, dude, freaking, I'm sorry, and then I say I'm sorry, and we all make up, and it's fine.
I'm telling you, Roger, that's because you are so into bromance. That's why.
I am, and you know what? You, dude, are like a beautiful man. I've already said it on every show. I've said that when I mention you, I say Mark Edward.
Stop it, Roger, right now.
I say, Mark Edworthy, do you realize how much a beautiful man Mark Watoshik is?
What?
I say it every time, don't I, Mark? Mark Edworthy will vouch for me. I do. I do say it every time I get a chance. I say Mark Watoshik is a beautiful man, don't I?
Strangely, Roger, if a man said that, my gaydar would go off, but my gaydar doesn't go off with you, so I think you're lying.
Well, I mean, dude, it's like I said, if somebody came up to me and said that they would give me $8 freaking billion to have
that ain't happening with me, buddy.
So back to the $1 billion.
Right
8 billion, not million. We can't do millions.
You notice Raphael hung up when you said that because he was just like, "Oh."
Dude, there's a difference. There's a difference between $1 million and $1 billion. Okay, now I ain't messing around with no $1 million. But if you offer me $1 billion, I mean, something's
not happening, buddy.
Yeah, you say that now. You wait till somebody comes.
One of our listeners,
definitely
maybe one of our listeners will take you up on this, Roger. If so, I hope you remember your friends and talk a million.
I'm telling you, man, $1 billion is a lot of money, dude.
We'll pimp you out, Raj.
Let me tell you, Raphael is so bad. He's so homophobic that, when he had to get his prostate exam, he literally, he took hours looking for a nurse, a female. Because he was just not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
Yeah.
Well,
now they got
how bad he is.
Now they got him delivered to your door, so you don't even have to go to the doctor. I was like,
oh no, the VA still insists they come in. The VA is like, you will come here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We got the old-fashioned way here.
I know, and I can really relate to Raphael when he was at the Rocky Horror Picture Show at the Comic-Con.
Got to bring that.
With the same words Roger's telling me that I'm a beautiful man.
Yeah, you are a beautiful man.
We got to explain that one to Otto because Otto doesn't know what happened there. See, Otto,
you'll have to go back in time.
I did a live broadcast from Comic-Con where I was a guest speaker, and we decided to do, the whole thing. We showed all of Comic-Con. We did it was 12 hours of broadcasting, just Comic-Con, and we decided to go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And I had Raphael's niece with me, who's like 19, and of course, I'm very familiar with Rocky Horror Picture Show. No problem with
Great
that.
stuff.
Well, Rafi
Yes.
had never been to a Rocky Horror Picture Show and really didn't know what it was about.
Oh,
yeah,
big surprise.
Yeah, and is highly homophobic. So,
not the show
Yeah.
he's going to enjoy.
So basically,
he's
we were
Cuban too.
focusing
Just
the
let me
camera on
add
him.
that. Let me add that. He's
I mean-
Cuban on top of that too. He's a.
Oh my God. We
That's-
literally had the camera on him because if a man could have mushed himself into a wall and made himself invisible, it was him.
Well,
Trust me, he was
hey,
trying.
hey, Raph, I was right there with you, buddy. That chick in the front of you, she was hot.
Now, what I thought was funny is he thinks he's Don Juan when he's looking at the really hot chick in front of me, and he thinks that me and his niece are not noticing this. And we're laughing because I'm like looking at his niece Jasmine. I'm like poking her, going, and I'm pointing at the chick, and then I'm pointing at him, and she's just like she starts laughing. And I'm like, they think they're so slick, and that like I'm standing right next. And I even said to him at one point, "I'm standing right here. Hello, hello." But I think it was the only reason we kept him in that show longer than 5 minutes, Mark. To be very honest with you, because
Yep.
he was.
I was right there with him.
Oh yeah, because she was emoting and singing through the whole thing and dancing and knew every word. But when the gay vampire appeared on the stage, that was it for him. He was done. He was like, "Nope, out of here." Man in a tutu. Nope, not doing it.
Poor Raph.
Oh my God, that was so funny. But yeah, we have Comic-Con in August again this year.
Are we going to do that again this year? Good.
Yep.
So let me run this by you guys. So after everything you just said, I am supposed to be what? Because I call Mark a beautiful man?
I said my gaydar did not go off,
Okay,
Roger, so you're lying.
Your gaydar didn't go off good, but Mark Watashik said that I am strange somehow for calling him a beautiful man. Yeah, he...
Oh,
really? I mean, come on, dude.
What
he's gonna
about
take
me?
a.
That story was very, very homosexual.
Oh, and there goes Mark. There's Mark Edworthy. There he goes with the grin.
He hasn't said nothing all night long, man. Something is definitely off on him. He's
saying, let me tell you what he's thinking. Bloody well, shut up so I can go to bed. That is what he's thinking.
That's exact.
An Englishman can give you a supercilious stare.
Oh, I
Just
got
the language of the eyebrow that we mere colonials have lost touch with.
I did a bread survey.
He's giving me a stare. His stare says that the smoke from the cigarette he was smoking got in his eyes. That's what his stare says.
Just if it was tobacco.
I have done my official bread survey from people I know over in England, and it is confirmed, Mark Edworthy, you know nothing, my dear sir.
Okay.
He just makes it all up to fool us colonials.
For the English have told me so. They have said, bread in America is better than bread in England, and it is not too sweet. He says
bread is sweet, dude.
Bread, you know.
Our bread is sweet.
Now,
I will say that.
I was told that most English people who like to go to like Disney World, for example, freaking love to go for the American food. They love the freaking I think they've got those cheese fries. Cheese fries.
Okay, frickin'.
Oh yeah.
They love the cheese fries in Florida.
They're chips to the English. Cheese chips. Cheese chips.
And the hot dogs. And I'm like, oh, really, dude? We don't even like hot dogs, and they love the hot dogs and chili cheese.
Well, here we are. Actually, here I am ordering hot dogs from Germany because I can't stand American hot dogs, and there's so many fillers in them. I'm like, I'm ordering from Germany. I actually have my hot dogs imported.
Certainly go with Hebrew National. Actually, they're pretty good.
Yeah, Hebrew National are not bad. Actually, you're right. And Nathan's Nathan's aren't that bad if you get the
Nathan's
Angus.
are big around here. Nathan's are big around here. Yeah.
But yeah, I literally I called the deli in St. Petersburg and had them order from Germany hot dogs.
Nice.
Because I'm like,
Nice.
damn, I can't stand these freaking hot dogs.
See, you guys are trying to
and I am
brainwash me, dude.
Dude, but the hot dogs
You're
have
not
gotten
getting
worse.
Willie's hot dogs. I hope you don't eat those damn things.
You know where I get my hot dogs? I get it from the grocery store down the street, man.
Ugh.
And you know
Only when
where?
desperate.
You know where
Only
I
when
get
desperate.
my bread? It comes from the grocery store down the street. And you know what? When I drink coffee, it's not pretty little beans like Mark Edwards, Lord Edwards.
Dude, did you see what
I
Florida
buy
did?
Maxwell House out the counter, off the counter, because instant
I get
coffee is
Cafe Bustelo.
expensive.
Instant coffee is crap.
I do
Yeah.
Cafe
How dare
Bustelo,
you?
which is
I wouldn't
espresso.
do.
Costello, I do Medaglia d'Oro. I got in a big
Nice.
discussion about it with somebody in the other Discord, and she was like, "Oh, well, you know, when we have coffee, we grind the beans, and it's organic, fair trade." And I said, "Well, I drink Medaglia d'Oro for that. You know, you can't get that pesticide taste made, you know, grown with genuine slave
I
labor
love it.
anywhere else. You know, you just can't get that in an organic fair trade. It's just, and I use the Melita cup method. We've gone over to Melita. We make 1 cup at a time, and I can make it as strong as I want, which is usually like 2 scoops per cup.
Nice.
Y'all don't
Yeah.
know nothing about coffee. I'm telling you.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
He's the
I
king
am
right
the Pope
there.
of Java.
That's
the
right.
Pope.
The Pope.
The Pope of
Uh-oh.
Java. That's right.
Right there.
Okay.
And coffee never
I'll
tasted
tell
the
you,
same.
it came from book 1, verse 5, from St. Folger's in the book of Maxwell House. How one came down the mountain with his donkey.
Not one of those Sanka heretics. I hope.
And that's all she wrote, man. Don't
Did
ever
you guys-
don't ever trust that. Don't ever
You
trust
know-
that stuff from Sanka. Saint Sanka. Oh my God, that's some
Oh, no, the book of
crusty
Saint
crap.
Sanka shows the true way.
Do you want to hear something
True
cool about
way.
Mark? I'm going to tell you
Maxwell
something
House
cool.
heretics.
I'm going to tell you something that's cool about Mark. Mark doesn't want me to use the word robots in the stories about freaking Juan, but he's okay with the word the machine, dude. I'm like, wow. That's so BDSM. You know what I'm saying? Like, you dirty machine.
BDSM. Holy crap.
It's like he doesn't want the word robot being used, but it's okay to use machine. You dirty machine.
It can be called a construct.
Oh.
Right?
Well, okay, you know, Roger, I got to say, I probably one-upped you when I told Vicky that in the Bible, God was referred to as half plain, half metallic, and I said it sounds kind of like a robot to me, but okay.
I wanted to say something about that, but I kept quiet because you're right on that.
It does. I'm like,
You're right on that. Oh my
You wrote
God.
that book about the book of Ezekiel being a spaceship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Remember that
Exactly.
from, I think it was like
Yep.
the 70s or something?
Yep.
I
Yep.
remember reading that as a kid. I'm like, wow, this is cool.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to.
What?
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's almost the witching hour here.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? I'm
I'm
gonna have to
starting to
sign
get
off.
my I'm starting to get my little notices here about time. Hold
yeah,
on here.
Me too.
Um,
I got 14
but
minutes, like
it's-
13
yeah,
minutes
we're-
ago.
I haven't been paying attention because I'm editing and chatting too. Wow. Okay. Look at how the time flies. And let me go over to Kick and find someone to host out to. Probably the Great Conspiracy. All right.
All right,
That's what
guys.
we
Good
usually host
night.
out to on
Hey,
Wednesday
it was a great show, Nancy. Just to let you
Oh,
know.
I enjoyed it.
That
I really
was-
enjoyed it tonight.
I did too, and I don't usually go without talking because I got a big mouth, but I had to keep quiet. So I could
Everybody say
listen to
good
it.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mark. Good night, David. Good night, Roger. Good night, Nan.
Good night, Autumn.
Mark.
And we are now hosting out to the Great Conspiracy, right? Yeah, come on. Let me. There we go. Right now.
Okay. Talk to you later. All right, so we are done. If you guys enjoyed, please stop by Draegus Productions and give them some support. Like, subscribe, share, make comments, all of the above. You can find them on DLive, you can find them on Kick, you can find them on Rumble, and you can find them on YouTube as well. Thank you guys for watching, and I will talk to you later.